Chris, over here. So obviously you're taking on a legend of Frankie Edgar. It's only a few days away. So what are the emotions leading into this fight right now?
I'm all in. I'm excited. Weight's looking good. Firing on all cylinders. I'm excited, just ready to get in there.
When they came to you with the name Frankie Edgar, was that a name that you had foreseen, maybe I could get this retirement fight? Because he had been talking about retirement for a while. He'd been talking about fighting Dominick Reyes, obviously. When they came to you, were you surprised that they presented you with Frankie Edgar?
No, not really. I earned my spot here. So, I came off a really good win back in March, and I stayed in the gym, stayed focused, and I kept my head down and kept working. And I believe life comes full circle. So, I earned my shot, and when the opportunity came knocking, I was ready.
Were you a fan of Frankie when you were coming up?
Of course. Who hasn't been a fan? I respect Frankie for what he's done. He's a pioneer. He's paved the way for a lot of us coming up. So, I have respect for him as an athlete.
Because of that, is there part of you that's kind of looking at this as a little bit bittersweet, right? Having Frankie on your resume is going to be awesome, but to be the guy that retired him and sent a legend off on a loss, that could be a little bit bittersweet if you're a big fan of it, no?
No, not really. My job is to go in there and win. It's not no bittersweet. He's had his run, Like I said, he's done amazing things for sports. No, it's not bittersweet at all.
Are you anticipating being the bad guy in there on Saturday?
I'm from the East Coast. I'm from New Jersey myself. So, I'm sure he's going to have a lot of love here. But at the end of the day, man, I'm not fighting the crowd. I'm fighting him. So, whether I get booed or not, I don't give a shit, really.
Hey, Chris, I know you recently had elbow surgery, cleaned some stuff up. How did the elbow affect your previous fights?
They hurt, especially the last one. When I was hitting them with elbows, I could feel every time I hit them, I could feel the bone spurs and everything moving around. So, yeah, it was painful, but, like I said, I got a job to do.
Hello? Okay. You said, it's not really a bittersweet situation or anything for you, but, recently we've seen some MMA fighters retire and they've kind of kept it to themselves. They haven't made it public and they haven't told anyone until, after the fight. Were you surprised that he was so vocal about it beforehand?
About him retiring?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a question for him. Mm-hmm. I don't know what to say about that one.
And a legend of the sport, Frankie Edgar, what do you think a win over someone like him does for you and your career?
Yeah, I just think, I keep, it puts me in a better position. I keep climbing the rankings, and ultimately that's what we're here to do.
And how do you see your hand getting raised in Madison Square Garden this weekend?
How do I'll find a way. I always do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris, right in front of you. Sometimes when we see these legendary fighters kind of wind down, they make a retirement announcement, we don't really know where their skills are. For you, where do you feel like Frankie's skills are at this point in his career? Do you feel like he's still a pretty elite fighter?
Yeah, Frankie is, like I said, he's a legend in the sport. He's done amazing things. It's still Frankie at the end of the day, I'm not going to take anything away from the guy. He's still a dangerous fighter, and that's why I'm treating this fight like I treat every other fight. It's a championship fight. It's the best fighter in the world that I'm fighting. And, yeah, man, I'm excited.
Thanks.
Hey, Chris, over here. You mentioned earlier, obviously from Jersey, from the New York City area. How's it feel, fighting in Madison Square Garden? And at least last time I checked, the biggest favorite, male favorite on the entire card. How's that feel, man?
That's a first for me. I've always been the underdog in everything I've done in life. So whether I'm the underdog or the favorite, I don't really look at that. But to answer your question, fighting in Madison Square Garden, man, it's a dream come true. It's a mecca for combat sports. the greats have fought here. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. You know, all these greats have come through here and graced us with their, you know, with their amazing performances. And for me to be able to be here and coming from where I come from, man, it's man, I said I'm excited. There's a lot of emotions that go into it. You know, I always look back at my journey up here. You know, statistically, I'm winning in life. You know, I'm not supposed to be here. So the fact that I am here and I am doing good is just it gives me more motivation to keep pushing forward.
What's up, man?
What's
do
up?
you feel more excitement or do you lean into more of the pressure side, fighting so close to home? I'm assuming you got friends and family coming to watch you.
No, there's no pressure at all with me. Like I said, coming from where I come from and being here, man, it's a win for me. So even just being here with you guys, man, it's amazing. So I'm enjoying the opportunity. I'm present in the moment. And Saturday night, I'll be present as well, and I'll get my hand raised.
Yeah, all gratitude.
Thank you.
Sorry, one last
I
question.
know y'all got some more questions. Come on, damn it.
So, as a local from the area in MSG, some people don't want to say this on the mic, but any preference for the local sports and from other ones, Knicks, Nets, Rangers, Devils, anything like that? Looking forward to being in the building with all those guys?
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't really.
Just, are you a fan of some of the other sports locals that have fought here, that have competed rather in this building in other sports? You know?
Well, I mean, the Knicks have always been, you know, a big one here. So yeah, you know.
But are you like a Knicks fan or a Nets fan, or I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't very clear on that.
I mean,
I apologize.
I don't really watch basketball, to be honest with you. You know.
Fair.
So.
Fair enough.
Just wanted to double check. Nobody record this. No, I was telling them. Sorry, not screaming. Please shut it off now. I'm much darker than some of the ones that we on. I told you. God damn it, Vaughn.
1-2. 1-2, 1-2.
What's up?
1-2, 1-2, 1-2. 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't even know.
I think you're just so soft-spoken. 1, 2, 2, 2. Okay. There we go. All right.
I will speak up. I know, it's so mellow.
Were you checking your phone from Tim? Okay. Okay, all right.
I stay on that side. Just kidding.
What sweater came in second place? How'd your local elections turn out upstate?
And like, I mean, honestly,
Toronto.
What's up, guys?
Mike, over here. You've obviously fought in this arena before against another high-level lightweight. You've fought in the best lightweights in the world your whole career. But is there anything different in this lead-up to this fight with Dustin Poirier on Saturday?
Just another opportunity, honestly. I feel like momentum has been building, even with ups and downs, even with a couple setbacks in my UFC run thus far. Everything has led to this. Once again, the biggest stage I could possibly ask for, UFC, Madison Square Garden, and Dustin Poirier, arguably, I think the most decorated lightweight we have on the roster. Knock him off, get my hand raised, continue to stake my claim as the best lightweight in the world in progress. I've believed for years that I'm the best lightweight in the world. I've had some ups and downs and some losses, but everybody does, and I believe knocking off Dustin Poirier puts me in line for the title.
Given how the last two fights you had in this arena went, do you feel like there's unfinished business in Madison Square Garden for you?
I have taken an ambulance ride from Madison Square Garden twice. I have fought in Madison Square Garden twice. Last one was just precautionary, obviously, because it was such a war. First one was an injury, but that's the fight game. So yes, I actually have thought about that, and I plan on going out there and actually being able to not spend 5 hours in an ER, here in New York City on fight night. I want to get in, get out, kiss my wife, collect my paycheck, and then go celebrate with some friends and fam.
And you had said after your last fight with Justin here, the crowd was playing a lot into it, and you kind of maybe didn't focus solely on your coach. Did you have to do any different mental preparation for this so that doesn't happen again against Dustin?
I have, yeah. I actually worked on visualizing the overwhelming nature of what Madison Square Garden is. I think you walk into a lot of arenas, you're fighting inside of the octagon and other places. It's different here at Madison Square Garden. The venue actually shakes. It's literally shaking. It doesn't help that I'm usually in the most exciting fight of the night. But I think in a lot of people's eyes, this is the people's main event, and everybody's looking forward to this fight. Everybody.
His coach, Matt Brown, said that.
I believe we put together a game plan to be able to get our hand raised, and I believe I can match him strike for strike. I believe I've got more power. I think I'm more of a pressure fighter. So he's already said that he's going to be the matador. So he expects the pressure, and you can expect the pressure. You can expect the speed. You can expect the power. I think it's just a little bit different when you actually get in there and have to negotiate and navigate the exchanges with a guy who has an indomitable will and is I believe, faster and more powerful than him.
Then finally, unrelated to your fight, Frank, this is probably Frank Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. He was a former champion of this division. Do you have any memories of Frank Edgar? Were you a fan growing up?
Yeah, well, first of all, Frankie's a friend of mine. I've gone out to Toms River, New Jersey, and trained with him for a couple weeks for a couple different fights. The way that he lived his life, the way that he fought, the way that he competed, the dude is a living legend. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Yeah, man, those. As I came into the sport, obviously Frankie being a wrestler, a Division I wrestler, me being a Division I wrestler, he was one of those guys that I thought and said, okay, I'm going to follow what that guy's doing, And his fights with Gray Maynard, all of his fights, every single time he's been counted out, he's somehow found a way to win in so many different ways. And he was a champion for such a long time. I think he was one of the best champions that we had. And he will for sure who live with the conviction that they want to be the best guy on the planet at 155. We're two guys climbing the same mountain trying to get to the top. We've I think the fact that our relationship started off so cordial, there was only one way for it to go, and that was down. He said some things, I said some things, and we both said, maybe I don't like the guy as much as I thought I did. By the way, looks like we might be matched up in the next X amount of months or X amount of fights. So it's kind of just turned into a competition, and that's what you want here. You want two guys at the top of their game, two guys that see only victory, and two guys that see a guy standing in their way.
His emotions on his sleeve, right? And I think probably by Saturday night he will get into a space where he doesn't, love you as a
engaging and hand-to-hand combat since I was 14 years old, and I think I'm pretty good at it. So I'll keep on doing it and get my hand raised on Saturday night.
You mentioned how the Garden can sort of pressure you into fighting a certain way, but it's not just the Garden. You yourself are pretty much always in exciting fights. So do you ever start feeling like an obligation? I'm matched up with Poirier. He has exciting fights. I have exciting fights. I have to go out there and fight in a certain way to provide what the fans are expecting? Or do you kind of just think, well, my skill set will take care of that itself?
Yeah, no, I love the fans, and I love putting on great performances and great entertaining fights for the fans. But, ultimately, I just need to put myself in a position where I need to win, and no matter what, it's exciting. I've never in my entire career had a boring fight, win, lose, or draw. And I don't say that to, gloat or impress anybody, but it's just my nature. That's how I wrestled. I wanted to get, as soon as that whistle blew, I wanted to get my hands on my opponent. I wanted to put pressure on him, and I felt like I was doing something wrong if I was not pressing the action. So I think it's a very, very good thing. It has put me in some bad positions here and there, but man, it's the fight game, and now you're fighting the best guys in the world here in the UFC. And at some point, when you've prepared, when you've done everything right, all you can do is go out there and just kind of leave it up to chance. But I'm definitely a veteran now, my 5th fight in the UFC. Things have calmed down a little bit. I'm seeing things more clearly as well. And this is a phenomenal opportunity. I think this puts me in line for the title or another huge fight by knocking off Dustin.
Last one from me. Your prediction for the main event, if you don't mind.
Prediction for the main event, I think, there's so much intrigue surrounding this because Israel Adesanya has looked so unbeatable in so many different ways, whether it be his strategy or whether it be his dominance, his technique and his skill. But then you look at a guy like Alex Pereira, who's seemingly, a lot of people would say, have his number because he's up 2-0 against him. But I think Izzy still gets the job done. I think this is a different sport than kickboxing. I do think Pereira has looked dominant thus far, and he is a phenomenal talent. Great shot with a bow. We keep seeing that. So it's really. I think Izzy gets the job done. I do. I think Izzy knows how to win. I think Izzy is a phenomenally skilled fighter. Pereira is a very dangerous fighter, but we've seen how that goes numerous times. Izzy.
Michael in the back. You just mentioned that a win could possibly set you up for a title shot. There's also talks of Alex Volkanovski moving up. What's your thoughts about him moving up?
I think if there's a guy out there who deserves to move up, I think it is Alex Volkanovski. Obviously, the selfish part of me says I don't want that to happen, I understand how it makes a ton of sense from a promoter standpoint, from the UFC standpoint. You got the number 1 pound-for-pound guy in the world versus the number 3 pound-for-pound guy in the world. But I also think that Islam has proved himself to be our champion. He is our champion, and we have to accept that. And I think he's a phenomenal talent. I also think he needs to have his first title defense against a lightweight. He needs to get through another lightweight before they start talking about super fights. Once again, I don't say that to say that the UFC is making a bad decision or the wrong decision if they make that decision to let Volkanovski move up. But I think when I handle business on Saturday night, I think it'll be undeniable that they're going to want to see good old-fashioned passionate American wrestling versus Dagestani Sambo, Dagestani grappling. That's what I hope we get to see.
Speaking of that American wrestling, this is the last question for me. You talked about how good Poirier's boxing is, but when we break down the film, you have a huge gap in the wrestling department. Any chance we see that American wrestling a lot more on Saturday?
There's always a chance. I want to be able to go in there and move freely about the cage. When the octagon door closes, I want to touch gloves and kind of just let it fly. Honestly, I want to let it fly. I want to let it move. But yeah, I think my wrestling is something we haven't seen a lot in the UFC. You see what happens when I do take a shot, pick Justin Gaethje up, make him do a front flip, blast Tony Ferguson across the cage and hold him there. If you go back to my previous fights before I came into the UFC, when I take guys down, I can control them and I can dominate them, and they do not get up. So the openings may be there. If they are, you'll see Dustin Poirier get taken down. If not, you'll see a slugfest.
Second row here. Last year at the MSG, you and Justin threw down Fight of the Year. Do you think there's any chance this one goes the distance as well?
Yeah, there's always a chance, but there's never a chance that me stepping into the octagon is not going to be Fight of the Night. Fight of the night, performance of the night. I'm moving at a 75% clip here. I've had 4 fights in the UFC, 3 bonuses thus far. And I plan on collecting not just my fight paycheck, but a bonus paycheck on Saturday night as well. And there's a chance it goes the distance. Man, Dustin's got a great chin. I've proven against Gaethje that I've got a great chin as well. Some shots you see, some shots you don't see. When you don't see them coming, that's when you fall. But when it comes down to me and Dustin Poirier, I think either way you're in for a treat.
Mike, just right here, you mentioned the new champion, potential for a title shot with a win here. I'm sure Beneil Dariush might have something to say about that. What would be your case on why maybe you deserve it more than him?
I think Beneil Dariush is on a win streak. The one thing too, I mean, strength of schedule. I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a guy who's come into the UFC. And my first 5 fights in the UFC have now been all top 5 opponents, 2-2. But my 2 losses are to the number 2 guy and basically they were both number 2 and number 3 guys. Beneil Dariush is definitely deserving of a title shot, I think, with his streak that he's put on. But I also think he and I going head to head for that title shot. I don't know. Obviously, selfishly, I think I deserve it more. So, but that's what we all say. So we'll see.
Michael, just on the back of that, you obviously mentioned about the new champion, Islam. How do you see yourself matching up with Islam Makhachev?
Islam is who he said he was, for sure. He is better than a lot of us thought he was. He's better than I gave him credit for. I stand corrected. I don't necessarily think I was speaking out of bounds by saying that we hadn't seen him fight a top 5 guy yet. He beat Bobby Green and then got a title shot after that. So it was like it left a little bit more to be desired to see him go through some guys. I honestly think my wrestling will stop his attacks. I think I can take him down. I think I can match him grappling for grappling. And I think in the striking department, I got more power, I'm faster, and I have better hands. That's me speaking confidently, obviously. A ton of respect for him, but I do think it's the most intriguing matchup in the lightweight division. There's not a better wrestler on the lightweight roster than me. My credentials speak for themselves. Being a Division I All-American is kind of the epitome of wrestling accomplishment. So I think I match up extremely well. I think I beat him, but that's what we all say. That's what Charles said. That's what I said about Charles. That's what. So hopefully we see that fight early 2023.
And Mike, right in front of you. Looping back to Alexander Volkanovski, there's always a question when a fighter moves up about skill and ability and size at a bigger weight class. For you, I guess, how do you think he'll fare at 155 pounds?
I think Volkanovski, of all the guys who would move up, a lot of times it's a guy who's at a weight class and then they move up because they're in their natural weight and they decide to give up weight. You got to remember, Volkanovski was 210 when he was playing rugby, so he carried that power down, he carried that size down, even though his actual fighting weight is 145. So I think he'll fare well. That's part of the reason why I look at that matchup, and as a fan, I'm like, I kind of want to see that matchup. I kind of want to see him come up. But me, selfishly, for my career, obviously, I think, number one, I think it just makes sense, the normal course of action, that Islam would defend the belt against a lightweight before we start talking about super fights. Once again, I'm not the promoter. I came here to sign contracts and say yes to every opportunity, and we'll see how it shakes out. I think Volkanovski would do fine in that fight.
Michael, back here, you've called out Conor McGregor before this year. Do you believe that he's going to come back to the octagon at this point?
I do, and I believe his first fight back will be me. Makes a ton of sense. I think I've made myself not just one of the most exciting guys in the UFC, but probably the most exciting guy in the lightweight division. There's a ton of talk about it. I can't go a day without people tagging and posting and talking about me fighting Conor if and when he does come back. And I do love the idea of fighting him at his biggest, at his baddest, and at his most dangerous at 170. He looks big right now. I'd love to fight him at 170. I'd love to not make 155 for it. I think we would do staggering pay-per-view numbers, and I think he knows that I'm the type of opponent that he wants to come back and fight.
Would you just stick around at 170 at that point? I mean, you beat Conor. They would probably be talking about a title up there as well.
I definitely have thrown around the idea. Making 155 is not easy for me, but I came into the UFC, signed a contract saying that I was a lightweight. 31 fights, hundreds of wrestling matches. I've never once pulled out of a fight, and I've never once missed weight, and it's never even been a question because I'm a professional. There's definitely some fights that I would love to take at 170. But I don't think I'm a natural 170-pounder. More height than distance than anything.
Are you at all disappointed that your fight isn't a 5-rounder this Saturday night?
Absolutely not. I think it doesn't make sense for the UFC to put in 3 5-round fights on the card, obviously. And then also, I would venture to say that even though the traditional wisdom of more is better doesn't always stand true in every scenario. I would venture to say guys that can go out there, keep their foot on the gas pedal for 15 minutes is a more exciting fight than guys that might need to pace themselves over 25 minutes. Me and Dustin Poirier are nonstop action. You're going to see a lot more exchanges, a lot more transitions, a lot more punches, a lot more action in a 15-minute fight than you would a 5-round fight. And that's what we're doing on Saturday night.
Hey, Mike, how do you, over here, how do you stay disciplined under the magnitude of MSG, the lights, the cameras, or is it just, like you said, you want to go in there and flow? So do you just trust in the work that you did in the fight camp and, once you're walking out, it's just a release and you're just letting everything flow?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of both. Honestly, yeah, never to downplay Madison Square Garden, but you try to I fought now in a lot of different arenas, wrestled in a lot of different arenas before fighting, and you really just try to keep the main thing, whether you're walking out to an octagon in the middle of Madison Square Garden or you're walking out to an octagon anywhere around the world. You want to just focus on your performance, focus on your composure, focus on your breath, your heart rate, your mindset, your mentality, and just remember how hard that you've worked, and hopefully that works out, for you to be able to string together a great performance and stay in that flow state. But also, if I got to dig deep and turn into the Michael Chandler that you guys saw a year ago here at Madison Square Garden, I think that guy breaks Dustin Poirier as well. So, the Justin Gaethje fight, yes, it was ill-advised the way I fought, but I also knew the guy that I was fighting, and I was fighting the spirit of the man, not the physical body of the man. I was trying to get into his head and have him look across the octagon and say, holy cow, I have met my equal. I think Dustin Poirier has seen that fight. He's watched that fight. I'm sure he's seen some holes in my in my repertoire, if you will. But I'm going to be a different guy on Saturday night.
How many backflips can we expect this time?
At least 5. No, I mean, it depends. It depends on how the fight goes. Those backflips just kind of come out, and the crowd wanted more, so I had to keep on giving them more. I figured 4 in the last fight was good enough, and better stop it there. But we're gonna be doing a couple backflips on Saturday night.
Thank you.
I'm right over here. One last question. After your career now, professional career spanning 13 years, at this point in your career, after all the wars, all the tough fights you've been through, how do you maintain the level of motivation you've been able to do, this far into your career?
I was talking to Chris about this earlier. I'm extremely fortunate because I actually have gotten 2 careers. I truly believe I've gotten 2 careers. I got the career where I can promise you that I worked harder than every single other guy who has sat up here in all these different events. I lived a championship lifestyle. I did every single thing right, and I can promise you that because I know that because I've trained on the West Coast, East Coast, around the world, been around these people. But I never got the credit for it because I was outside of this organization. Now I get a new lease on life, a second career coming into the biggest organization in the world, and finally I get to put my heart and my hard work and my determination and discipline on the biggest stage possible. So truthfully, 2 years ago, whenever I signed with the UFC, I became a new man, and I honestly had a new level of motivation. Adopting my second son adds a lot of motivation. I am now a father who has to feed 2 young men now. I got the love and support of an amazing wife. So this is just, man, I'm living the dream. I truly am living the dream, and I can't put into words how amazing it is. So it's easy for me. I'm so grateful to have 2 capable arms and 2 capable legs to be able to sit here and you guys actually care what I'm talking about. The people on the other ends of these cameras care what I'm talking about. And this is a position that so many people would love to be in. So for me to sacrifice the gifts that I've been given is just downright blasphemy, and it's just downright wrong. So I wake up every single morning excited about what I get to do, and I'm going to keep on doing it till the wheels fall off. And I still got a lot of tread left on this tire. You're going to see it on Saturday night, and I will be champion by the middle of next year. That's what motivates me, and that's what keeps me going.
Weili, right?
Hello.
Hello. We're just a few days away removed from you attempting to recapture your UFC title. So I'm curious, what are the emotions now leading up to your fight against Carla compared to your your first title fight against Jessica?
那么这周6这场比赛啊，就对阵卡拉再次争夺腰带。那么对这场比赛，现在你的心情和当时你第一次去打腰带的时候相比有什么变化，有什么不同？
我觉得这次很兴奋，也很开心，跟第一次渴望腰带一样。
Yeah, I'm very happy and very exciting this time, but I think I want the belt so badly, same as the first time I won the belt. Yeah.
A lot of fans put you or Rose or even sometimes Joanna as the actual best strawweights in MMA. So I'm curious, do you think that Carla is the best strawweight right now in MMA?
所以啊，很多时候外界都觉得你、罗斯，然后乔安娜，你们仨是这个女子草量级最棒的3个选手。那你觉得卡拉的位置，她也是在这个最顶尖的行列吗？现在虽然她是冠军。
我觉得卡拉也是一个非常厉害的一个选手，因为他初代的冠军，时隔8年又拿回冠军，我觉得他是一个非常值得尊重的一个选手。
Yeah, I think Carla is one of the best of our division because she was the inaugural champion of this division and then won the title back after 8 years. So it is a great achievement, and I respect her achievement very much.
watching her fight, she has this ability to slow the fight down and make her opponents fight out of their game plan. Have you noticed this on tape, and what do you think her past opponents have done wrong in her approach to fighting Carla?
所以啊，就关于这个卡拉的打法，他是喜欢让比赛的节奏慢下来，让他的对手打不出自己的东西，然后他去发挥自己一些摔跤。那你觉得他之前的对手之所以没有赢他，他们是哪些地方做的不足或者不够好？然后那你觉得你能够怎么赢卡拉？
我觉得之前的对手有可能有的时候会掉到他的节奏里面，跟他的陷阱里面，所以我不会掉到他的陷阱里面，我会让他掉到我的陷阱里面。
I think her previous opponents, the mistake they made is they get trapped by Carla, getting her fighting rhythm. So what I gonna do Saturday night? I won't be trapped by her. I will set up some trap for her.
Then finally, do you have a prediction for the main event between Israel and Alex Pereira?
预测一下主赛，阿迪萨亚跟那个佩雷拉，你觉得他们俩谁能赢？
其实我很少去预测比赛，因为在场上就是什么都有可能发生，而且他俩之前也是打站立，也是交过手，然后佩雷拉这次也是在这个 MMA 的八角笼里去比赛，我觉得这是一场肯定非常非常值得人期待跟惊艳的比赛，让我们大家拭目以待吧。
I basically never predict a fight because anything can happen any moment in the octagon. So for this fight, I don't know. Yeah, they fought against each other in kickboxing matches, and now this time is the first time Pereira entered the octagon to face against Israel. So who knows what happens? So I'm looking forward this fight very much as you guys. So let's just expect what happened this Saturday.
Thank you.
Just over here.
Yep.
You know, when you think back to that moment when you first captured the title in China, how did that feel, and how much will it mean to you to be able to bring the title back to China again?
所以现在再回顾一下，当年就第一次拿腰带是在中国赢的这个腰带，你现在是有什么感想？你觉得那个胜利对你来说意味着什么？那么星期六再次把腰带赢回来，对你来说又意味着什么？
我第一次拿腰带是在中国，然后那个时候很多人因为这场比赛认识了我，认识了 UFC， 然后那个时候我是中国的伟力，然后这次我在纽约如果可以拿到腰带，我觉得我是世界的伟力。
So the first time I won my belt in China, that make millions of Chinese people know me and know UFC. No MMA, and this time, at that moment, I am the Weili from China. I'm China's Zhang Weili, but this time is if I can win the belt again in New York City, in the worldwide famous city, I believe Saturday night I am this world's Zhang Weili.
Do you feel the support from the Chinese fans?
那你觉得你现在还能感受到来自中国粉丝的巨大支持吗
？Yes， 我每天都可以感受到中国粉丝、中国的拳迷对我的支持。
Yeah, I can feel it every single day for the support from Chinese MMA fans, from Chinese people.
就算在美国也有很多中国的粉丝在支持我。
Yeah, even I'm in the U.S., there are a lot of Chinese fans who support me.
And what do you think gives you the edge in this fight, and how do you see it playing out on Saturday?
所以那觉得这周六对卡拉，你觉得你的优势在哪里？你觉得比赛会以一个什么样的方式呈现给大家？
我觉得我的优势是我比较全面，不管是站立、摔跤还是柔术，只要是大家能想到的技术，我觉得都没问题。然后，这次比赛我准备了很多，我觉得随时也可能会有很惊艳的事情发生。
So I think I am a more well-rounded fighter than her. So no matter that we fight on striking, wrestling, grappling, I have no problem to fight against her. So I prepared a lot for this fight. So be ready. Some spectacular moments will happen in this fight.
There's as far as all the title fights you've had, you're the biggest favorite going into this one, and a lot of people are expecting you to dominate Carla. Is that a lot of pressure on you to perform a certain way?
所以啊，这场比赛呢，赛前大家也都比较看好你。那你觉得这种大家的一致看好会给你一些额外的压力吗？然后也会让你去准备一些经验的东西给大家。
首先我特别感谢大家对我的信任和肯定。我觉得不管面对任何比赛，我都会全力以赴，不会因为说大家看好我，我就会轻敌，我会做好全方位的准备。
Yeah, so thanks everybody who trust me and put me in the favorite for this matchup. But no matter I am the favorite or the underdog, I will prepare for this fight 100%. I don't will look down Carla just because I'm the favorite. She's underdog. So I will do my best on Saturday night.
Hey, Weili in the back. This past weekend, Amanda Lemos won the main event of the fight night. She's probably next in line. What do you think about her as an opponent?
就上周末啊，巴西的那个阿曼达拉莫斯 KO 了那个罗德里格斯，那他有可能成为下一个冠军挑战者。那你怎么看他？
他是一个很强的一个选手。其实他在前15的时候，我就一直在关注他。
Yeah, Amanda is a very, very dangerous fighter. When she just got ranked, just got top 15, I just noticed her, and I think she's very dangerous.
Hi, Zhang Weili. Just wanted to know, so for Saturday, well, for your martial arts, a martial arts question in general, do you incorporate San Chao and Wushu into your system? And right now in MMA, within your curriculum, how much Chinese martial arts influence is still in your technique?
他就说啊，你之前是练过传统武术，也练过散打。那现在在你的这个 MMA 的这个技能里，有这个当年的这个传武和这个散打的成分占了多大的比重？他们对你现在的这个格斗有哪些影响？包括在实战中的一些发挥？
我觉得中国传统功夫和散打还有中国摔跤对我来说影响非常大。因为我从小练习中国传统功夫，然后让我更快的可以融入到 MMA 里面，让我对这个比赛的这种适应非常非常快。然后包括到现在，我的这个技术成分里面也有很多散打、中国式摔跤里的技术在里面。
Yeah, I think because I start training traditional Chinese martial arts since very young when I was a kid, so. Traditional martial arts, sensual kickboxing, Chinese folk wrestling, all these three influence me a lot. I think because my backgrounds on all these three martial arts disciplines, which makes me easier to learn some new techniques in mixed martial arts, in the modern MMA. So even right now, I think traditional martial arts and sensual still a big part of my skill set.
Over here. You know, as previously mentioned, obviously you're a pretty big favorite over Carla. You know, obviously you fought Rose twice and lost both those fights, and she fought Carla and lost those fights. Like, what do you think you bring to the table that Rose wasn't able to overcome against Carla?
所以他说这个，你觉着跟罗斯上场打卡拉相比，你觉得你跟卡拉的对决？你会带来一些什么不同的东西给卡拉？
我觉得首先我的比赛应该会很精彩，我也不会怕他的摔跤，不会怕他任何东西。
Yeah, I think each my fight gonna be a very exciting fight, and I don't fear we wrestle or grappling. So yeah, I think I don't fear anything from Carla Esparza.
Hello, Ali.
Hello.
Welcome to New York.
Thank you.
I saw that you recently were training at Bang Tao in Thailand with the Hickman brothers. Are you actually working with them, or are you just setting up camp there? And what was it like if you did get to work with them?
他看见你在班陶跟 George 跟 Frank 他们哥俩训练，那你在班陶是真的就是跟他们俩帮助你这次备战吗？还是你只是选择在 班桃训练，但是更多的是和自己的团队练。
都有。其实我们也带了自己的团队，然后去了邦涛，然后 Frank 跟 George 他也帮助了我非常多。我们就是做了一个融合，然后我的团队的优势和George 和 Frank 的优势，然后我们结合在一起，让我变得更全面。
So yeah, I brought my whole team to Bantam Muay Thai, but of course I also work with George and Frank, the Hickman brothers. I just kind of inclusive everything I can learn from my team and the Hickman brothers, and I think both of them help me a lot, and they just add some other pieces of my skill sets.
So yeah, they're both very competitive and obviously jokesters. Which one of them is actually your favorite brother?
所以这哥俩你跟谁更好？你觉得谁更好？
他们两个都有不同自己的优势，然后他们的技术也有不同的风格，我觉得我都非常喜欢。
I like them both. So they're different styles. Their style is a little bit different, George and Frank. Yeah.
And then last thing for me, you're obviously a tourist here in New York City. Is this your first time here? And other than winning your fight, what's something that you were looking forward to do when you came to New York?
这次来纽约，那除了打比赛，那等打完比赛有没有哪儿想逛逛、玩玩什么的？
想比赛完了吃个蛋糕，然后再吃个冰激凌，然后再去自由女神看看。
Yeah. So after the fight, I want to get some cake and ice cream in New York, and then to visit the status.
Empire State Building?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty. Yes.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Hello, Weili. How you doing? Over here.
Hello.
I just wanted to know, did you have to come here from China earlier because such a long flight to adjust? And you seem very focused, so did it take a lot of time for you to settle into the time and just adjust?
所以你这次为了这场比赛，你有提前来到美国吗？就是为了适应时差呀、气候啊等等一系列环节。
对，我是大概提前了6周的时间来到了美国，提前适应时差呀，还有气候啊，对，但一切都很顺利。
Yeah, I came to the U.S. 6 weeks ago. Come to the U.S. I came to Vegas first, and then come to New York just to adjust everything and get used to everything. So yeah, everything is pretty good right now.
And one more, how heavy was Francis Ngannou?
纳甘诺到底有多重？沉不沉？把我的感觉。
你可以去试一试，我觉得没多重。
I don't think he's that heavy, but you can try. Feel it.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I'll bring pants for the loadout because I'll be outside at like 6 o'clock in the morning. So yeah. I'm gonna wear shorts. Yeah. Today was chilly. I walk. Yeah. I mean, I wear shorts all the time. So do I usually, but like today I walk from 33rd up here. Just wants to show them off. Oh.
What is up, everybody?
Julio, right?
What's going on?
What's up, man? What are the emotions now, just a couple days ahead of another fight here in Madison Square Garden?
Dude, it's always so exciting to fight at home. Number one, you don't have to travel. So I'm literally like 25 minutes from here, which is great. Got a train right away. Can only go back and forth between here and the hotel. You know, I mean, the hotel and my home. But it's great, but it's still, to the end of the day, it's fight time. So whether I travel, whether I'm home, it's like it's time to fight.
Did you feel like there was unfinished business here in Madison Square Garden, given how the last fight went?
There is unfinished business here because I'm looking to get my 3 W's. I got my win in the Golden Gloves boxing here. I did a Glory kickboxing fight here, which I won, and now I'm looking to get a UFC win here at the Garden. So those are my big 3 W's right there. So I need to, I'm looking to get that UFC win so I can say I won in boxing, kickboxing, and MMA at the Garden.
Michael Chandler was in here earlier, and he said that fighting in the Garden makes you kind of want to fight a certain way because the building shakes when the fans get excited. How true is that, considering you fought here multiple times?
It's very true. It's very true. He's not wrong. That's how it is. Look, this is the Mecca. This is where some of the biggest fights in the world happened, and when people come in here and you see people thrown down, swinging leather like that, trust me, this place starts to shake with the crowd roaring.
And your match against Montel, what did you make of his skill set when they brought his name to the table? How were you excited about this matchup?
Absolutely. One, I get a veteran in the game. He's been around. I feel like he's kind of one of these guys that's flown under the radar. But I also I don't know if he hasn't fought in a little bit, but no matter what, he has a strong skill set. And the first thing I said, I'm like, man, I get another tall guy. I get all the 6 foot people, but it doesn't matter. I was ready. I'm excited. I got to fight because before that, I was actually looking to fight in Long Island, and then that didn't happen. Then I was like, I'll travel Paris to go fight, and that didn't happen. They're like, all right, we got somebody for the Garden. I was like, got Montel Jackson. I'm like, let's freaking do it. I'm excited.
And then unrelated to your fight, also on this card, this might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. Do you have any memories of Frankie? Were you a fan growing up at all?
Oh man, when I used to fight in the regional circuit, I saw him all the time. He was there every single time I would fight in the regional circuit in New Jersey and in ring combat, and I always talked to him. I watched him. I think I watched him do one of his last fights in ring combat before he got called to the UFC. And just following his career and what he's done, it's amazing. I get to, witness his last fight in the UFC. This dude's a legend, right? And always coolest dude ever.
Julio, I know in a recent interview you said your opponent, he likes to lull his opponent to sleep and then he attacks. How important is it for you to press the action so he can't do that?
It's very important to press the action on him. I feel he does lull people to sleep. I know he's got a strong wrestling base. He's got solid jiu-jitsu, but his striking is so long that if you fall asleep, you might think you're at the distance that you need to be out of range from him, so he can't hit you, but he's actually closer than you think. So you have to be, on your toes with him, especially also if you're trying to close the distance on him, that you don't drop your guard and leave any openings for him.
Just over here. Your last fight, obviously, you missed weight by ½ a pound. What kind of corrections have you made this time around to make sure that doesn't happen again?
I made the details that I needed to fix. Those little corrections were important. Also, the last time, like I said, it's my fault, but we ran out of time. It was either the fight doesn't happen because I don't make the scales, or I take the L on that and give up whatever I have to give for my purse for the 0.5. I'd rather the fight keep going, and it sucks because it's professionalism. So I hold myself accountable for that. So I fixed up the major details that needed to be fixed up, and we're ready to roll.
And Montel hasn't been finished so far in his pro career. So how do you see this fight unfolding? What do you think you can expect to see from him?
He gets to expect to see a much better version of Julio Arce, a much more free version of Julio Arce, a little more than what you saw when I fought Daniel Santos in Jacksonville. And look, I'm looking to just get my hand raised in victory. So whether it goes to a submission, a knockout, decision, doesn't matter. I'm looking for that win.
Over here in the back. You talked a little bit about the energy of fighting at MSG, so I gotta ask, what's gonna be your walkout song on Saturday night?
Always go with my Mark Anthony song, right? Vivir mi vida.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
You mentioned that it's just a nice quick drive from home. What's the best way to get here then from your house? BQE? How do you get here?
I literally could just take the LIRR and I'm right in front of my apartment.
Also, it's a public transportation.
Yeah, or just take an Uber if I don't want to deal with the train and wait for the time. That's it.
Carrying all the equipment on the train, not a problem?
No,
Someone gives
I
you stuff?
actually, like, for this, I took an Uber, and they literally cost nothing. So I was just like, all right, let me get this Uber. I'll be in the hotel easy. And then after my fight, go back to Flushing, have some Korean barbecue at Cast Iron Pot.
So I know you're a New Yorker. It's probably great to fight in your backyard, especially post-fight. Like, what's like your go-to when you're done? If you get a win, a loss, whatever happens on Saturday night, what are you doing after the fight?
Korean barbecue and Flushing. You go to the spot, man, and Cast Iron Spot is literally like 20 minutes from here. And guess what? All you can eat. All you can eat.
So I know Trizano's on the card as well. Was he like your main training partner for this camp?
Him and I have a southpaw. I'm fighting a southpaw, so I did a lot of work with some boxers, lefty boxers, and like I had this Albanian wrestling champion, is Vilson, who's an up and comer as well, and he's been helping me work. He's also a lefty, so been getting a lot of lefty work. And Trizano has an orthodox fighter, but Trizano's also tall, like Montel, so sometimes we would spar, sometimes we would grapple, and we would give each other this, like, the look of our opponent. But I also had a lot of lefty work in here because I don't get a lot of lefties.
Oh, for sure. Now, so Tiger Shulman is one of the staples, if you will, in combat sports on the East Coast. Who's the next guy? There's been you, Jimmy Rivera, Lyman, Shane, everybody. Is there anybody that's on the UFC radar, like right on the cusp right now?
Of course, we got we have two up and comers. One, his name is Rob Varicchio. He's 3-0. He's looking to get, I think, like 2 more wins and then probably go to the Contender Series. Monsher Kara, who's world-renowned jiu-jitsu champion. He's 4-0 right now. And then we have Solomon Renfro, who's also, like he's like a UFC Fight Pass superstar right now. He's looking to get in there. He actually said, anybody falls through at 170, he's like, I'm there. I'll cut the weight and be ready to go. And we have a bunch of out-counters. This kid, Ryan Burgos, Shane Burgos' little brother. You guys know how crazy Shane is. And then you got his little brother who's also just like as crazy and hit as him. It's wild. It's how amazing the talent is growing. And then we have another kid, Christian McCauley, a bunch of up-and-comers. So expect them to come up real soon.
All right. So Saturday night, we're going to get some Korean barbecue.
Exactly.
All right. Talk to you soon.
My man.
Over here. Hi, how are you? And welcome back to New York. Obviously, you're a resident, so welcome fighting in front of your hometown crowd. Obviously, you've been used to a New Jersey, New York crowd fighting for Lou Neglia and Ring of Combat. How do you describe the energy of fighting in front of a New York crowd as opposed to fighting everywhere else?
Everybody gets rowdy.
Everybody gets rowdy.
You know that New York attitude. People get rowdy. People probably starting fights in the stands. Doesn't matter, but it's just electric. It gets you excited to fight.
It's a beautiful crowd. Welcome back home.
Exactly. Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy.
Okay. Hello.
Claudio, over here. We're only a few days away from your fight against Dan, so I'm curious, what are the emotions leading up to this fight here inside Madison Square Garden?
Well, the emotional control is a very important part for sure. You know, getting a big fight on a big stage. But, you know, it's just something that I've been looking for a long time. I'm just very happy, honestly, that to be here, to be part of this card, and yeah, you know, it's history. You know, one of the best cards in the year. That's what I dreamed of when I was a kid, and now it's happening.
When you say this is what you have been working for, do you mean fighting in Madison Square Garden, fighting someone like Dan, both of them together at the same time on this card? What exactly do you mean?
Yeah, fighting on the big stages, fighting in these kind of cards, and amongst some of the best fighters in the world. That's where I want to put my name in some of the best fighters in the world.
And when they offered you Dan as an opponent, were you happy with this matchup when it was presented to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I asked for it many times until it happened.
Why specifically did you ask for Dan?
At the moment, I was looking for someone who was ranked, and one of the only names that didn't have a fight schedule was Dan. So that's the main reason.
And obviously you're known for your leg locks, especially in your last few fights. But now I feel like fans, they kind of expect that from you. Like, oh, he's going to start shooting for the legs right away. I'm sure Dan's thinking the same way. So do you have to maybe change up your approach at all to fighting someone like this now that maybe they expect it from you very early?
Yeah, that's when you switch it up. Or maybe not. We'll see Saturday night.
And then unrelated to this fight, I'm not sure how much of a fan you were of his, but this might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So I'm curious, were you a fan of his? Did you watch him coming up before you made your debut?
That's a good question. Yeah, I was a big fan. I still am. But, you know, when I remember when he had those almost Rocky-style fights against Gray Maynard, I was just starting to train or something back then, and I would watch those fights all the time. I would like go to YouTube and go to the highlights. Such good fights, so motivating. You know, shows so much heart, and yeah, you like learn from things like that. Watching that kind of fights, like I thought I could do something like that, you know. And I remember when I had my fight in Chile a couple of years back, people were like calling me the same, like Rocky fight, and I was like, damn. I remember I used to see Frankie and think of me like that.
Claudio, in the back. This is one of the most loaded cards in UFC history. It's probably the biggest one of the year. You're right now scheduled to open up the pay-per-view. What do you think that means? Like, you know, what the UFC thinks of you?
Yeah, I thought about this before. If they're giving me this chance, they're liking what I'm doing. They're liking. There's not a lot of love for grapplers. It's a lot more of love for like people who like KO people all the time. So getting the attention as a grappler for me is something very special. Trying to put all the community out there, and yeah, I think the UFC likes me, likes the work I'm doing. Fifth straight victories is like no mistake. So I'll try to make it 6 Saturday night. Thank you.
What's up, guys?
Do you guys mind if I go ahead and start it? Hey, Turman, we're gonna do in English then in Portuguese, okay? How does it feel to finally get to Madison Square Garden?
Yeah, I feel great. Feel great. You know this. I won this fight a lot, and now I'm here. Next Saturday I'm gonna fight in MSG. Was my dream, you know, and I'm so happy. Feel great.
We're happy to see you here too. Agora em português, Turman, como é que você se sente em finalmente fazer a tua luta, a tua estreia no Madison Square Garden, né? A meca da luta.
Pô, irado demais, né, cara? Irado demais. Estou muito feliz. Era um sonho meu, né, que eu sempre tive. Você sabe bem disso. E sabadão vai ser o dia, né? Então tô me sentindo muito bem para ir lá e dar um grande show pra galera aí.
Chama.
How long have you been in the U.S. back here?
1 year.
How long you been training with Glover?
1 year.
Okay. Your English is pretty good. Did you learn English there or here?
No, I have a personal teacher, my girlfriend, every day, you know, and I learn like this.
1 year? 1 year of English?
Yes, 1 year. 1 year here.
Oh, that's pretty good. So what's it been like training with Glover?
Yes, it's so good, bro. So good. I love to train with him. He's a very nice guy. He's a good friend, you know. He take care a lot of me, and so good to learn with this guy, you know, every day. Learn with a champ, you know. And he is where I want to be, you know. And I'm so happy to be with him.
And then you're a middleweight, so you're obviously a little smaller than Pereira and Glover. So what are those rounds like sparring them? Are they trying to take your head off, or are they hard? Are they going light? What's that like sparring them?
Yeah, in this spy you need to be alert, you know. If you don't be alert, maybe a punch can get, you know. But we don't train for kill each other in the gym, you know. Like we take care of each other. We know our fight is in the Saturday, now in the gym, now in the sparring, you know. And so good to train with them because, like I say, we take care of each other and nobody hurt nobody.
Wellington.
One more, sorry. So you're in two different worlds, Brazil, Connecticut. How are you liking being in Connecticut compared to Brazil?
Yeah, I love to be in Connecticut, bro. I love was my best decision in my life. You know, I come here, I change a lot of my life. You know, I've been far from my family. You know, every day, 1 year far from my family. You know, and we see the results. You know, I'm 2 wins in a row. When I come here, I was 2 losses in a row. You know, and I love to be here. I love Connecticut. That city is so beautiful, and I love to be there.
Wellington, right here in the middle. You just mentioned you're on 2-fight winning streak. You're 26 years old. That's about the age where you start entering your prime. Usually the age where you start making big jumps and improvements. So that said, what's the biggest improvement we will see since your last fight?
Yes, brother. I stay without fight camp, you know, in this time. My last fight was in February. And it's so good because I can train more, you know, improve my striking. Because in Brazil I train more grappling, not like this, not like here, you know. I have a good coach here. I train with Poitin. I learn a lot with that guy, and I think my strike improved a lot, you know. Saturday you guys gonna see this.
Your opponent, Andre Petroski, he's known for wrestling. You mentioned you're known for your grappling. Your last opponent was also known for wrestling. So how do you think you guys match up?
Yeah, it's a good matchup. It's a nice matchup. I think it's good for me, you know. I'm a grappler. He's gonna take down me. He's gonna do my game, you know. I love this matchup for me.
And it's a big night for your entire team. Another addition to the team recently has been Dominick Reyes. What do you think of him coming to the team, and how's it been going with him?
So nice. He's a nice guy. He's my brother. Poitin too, you know. It's very good to train with these killers, you know, every day. And I learn a lot with these guys, you know. He's been doing good every day, train hard, you know. We train hard every day, you know. And I think Saturday is gonna be a good day for us. 3 victories.
Wellington right here. Outside of predicting victory in the main event for Alex, how do you think he gets it done against Israel?
I think it's gonna be another knockout, you know, not KO, like he did last time.
And finally, unrelated to those fights, but this might also be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. I'm curious, were you a fan of his in Brazil? Did you watch him growing up, and do you have any favorite memories of his career?
Talvez seja a última luta do Frankie Edgar. Você cresceu com ele?
Yeah, he's a legend, right? He's a legend. I watched a lot of his fights, you know. and it's so nice to be in this card with him, you know, in MSG. I feel great to be there with him.
What do you think of Andre's skills on the mat?
Yeah, he's a tough guy, you know. He's a tough guy. I know this. I trained hard for this fight. I know it's gonna be hard. He's strong. He has a good wrestling, you know. But I have a good defense too. I love to do grappling. It's my era, you know. And I think he's most dangerous in grappling, you know, like doing takedowns, you know. But I love to do grappling. It's gonna be a good matchup for me.
What do you think gives you the edge? Do you see any opportunities that are going to present itself on Saturday?
Yes. He's strong, you know, like he get tired fast. I think I saw his fights. I don't know how it's going to be Saturday, you know, but all his fights I saw, he get tired in the second round, you know, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity for me to finish the fight.
So with that being said, how do you see it unfolding?
Unfolding seria, como é que você vê o desdobramento disso? Ou seja, com isso que você falou...
Yes. I think the first round is going to be he's trying to take me down, I defend, and the second round I go to a finish or KO.
Thank you.
Over here, how you doing, Wellington? Who gives you the hardest challenge in a training camp? Is it Alex? Is it Glover? Is it Dominic now that he's there?
Everybody. Everybody's a challenge. It's a hard train every day in the gym. We train hard there, you know. We work hard because everybody there wants to be a champion one day, you know, like Glover, like Plata is doing, you know. And we train hard every day, bro. Everybody in the gym.
Hey, Wellington, back here. Because there's three of you guys in the same camp on the same card, do you guys have to change the way you guys train so you guys don't get injured or anything?
No. Nobody get injury. Like I say, we take care of each other in training. You know, like we don't train for hurt each other. You know, like sometimes happens because our sport is like crazy. You know, like punches, kicks, all of these things. But we are healthy. Everybody's healthy and good for going Saturday and do a show for everybody.
soda in a glass bottle. When's the last time you seen that shit?
Good morning.
You guys good? Well, Alex, over here. We're obviously only a few days away from your fight against Israel Adesanya. Throughout the week, he's used phrases like, this is personal and it means more than the belt to him. So I'm curious, for you, is this a personal fight for you?
Bom, e aí, Alex, durante a semana o Israel tem usado várias frases pesadas aí e o Moisés falou que isso aí é pessoal para ele, né? Isso é pessoal para você?
Não, para mim não. Tô vindo, tô fazendo meu trabalho. Eu vou lutar com ele como se fosse com qualquer outra pessoa disputar o título.
Not for me. I'm doing my work and doing my job as I would be fighting anybody else. I'm just focused on, fighting for the title.
He's also said that after he made the jump to MMA and you were in kickboxing, that you were the one that kept an eye on him, even though you had the victories over him. So I'm curious, how true is that? And after he made the jump, were you paying attention to his route to the UFC title?
Bom, ele fala que depois que vocês lutaram, que ele veio pro UFC, você foi a que estava seguindo ele, né? Mesmo sendo você que tinha ganhado, e isso aí é verdade? Você acompanha as lutas dele?
Não, não é verdade. Eu estreiei no MMA, foi em 2015, ainda ele não estava no UFC, né? E então não foi isso.
Not true. I made my MMA debut in 2015. He was not in the UFC yet.
And then the videos you've been posting with the tennis balls, you posted the video game simulation, everything. Is that just building up to the fight and having fun, or are you actually trying to get under his skin?
E os vídeos que você postou com a bolinha de tênis e o do videogame, aquilo ali é tipo só você tirando onda, só diversão, ou você está fazendo isso para tentar entrar na cabeça dele?
É diversão. É diversão. Algumas pessoas se comportam de outra forma e eu fiz isso, mas foi uma forma legal. Diferente de algumas pessoas que fala besteira, fala de família, eu prefiro fazer o que eu fiz de uma forma mais saudável.
No, well, just for fun, you know what I mean? I just use that on a positive way, just to, laugh a little bit, different than people that build up on the fight, talk about people's family and this and that. I just was doing some jokes.
Your teammate Wellington was in here earlier, and he predicted that you would finish him like you did in your last kickboxing match. So for you, how do you see this fight ending?
Bom, o Turman estava aí mais cedo, falou pro pessoal que ele acredita que você vai terminar essa luta igual terminou a última com ele, com Israel, né? Como é que você acha que essa luta vai?
Cara, eu entro focado, se a luta é de 3 rounds, igual quando as lutas que passaram, se é de 5 rounds agora, o título, estou preparado para isso. Minha mente está para os 5 rounds. O que acontece, eu não sei.
Well, I always getting focused on the fight, where there's 3 rounds and now it's going to be 5 rounds. I'm just focusing on doing my fight, how it's going to finish, how I'm going to win, I don't know.
Then finally, your sister announced she was going to make her MMA debut too. So for fans and media who maybe haven't watched her past kickboxing fights and everything, what can we expect to see from her in her debut?
Bom, sua irmã agora anunciou que vai fazer a estreia dela no MMA. E para os fãs que não conhecem ela ainda, né? Como você acha que vai ser essa estreia?
Eu acho que vai ser uma estreia muito boa. Ela está preparada para isso também. Tem uma experiência já no kickboxing, né? É claro que MMA e kickboxing é diferente, mas, cara, alguns detalhes ali, a gente está na luta, então está fazendo uma coisa muito boa, vai estrear e estou bem confiante.
I think she's going to do a very good debut. She's already experienced with kickboxing. I understand MMA and kickboxing are not the same thing, but the experience counts. So she have a good mindset. I think it's going to be a great debut.
What do you think is different fighting in mixed martial?
Diferente? Cara, MMA, tudo pode acontecer isso, mas eu acho que já assim.
Israel can go and try instead of. Como é que você se lembra a sensação de ter? Means nothing to me, like normal, you know what I mean? He did his thing, did his job, you know what I mean? Got the title.
Did you ever imagine to be fighting him?
Eu sabia que ia ser rápido, mais rápido do que o comum, né? Pela história que eu já tenho com ele, né? Pô, são 2 vitórias, né? Se pegar aí de números aí, quantas derrotas ele tem, é mínima e 2 delas são para mim. Então, pô, é algo que iria acontecer rápido.
Well, I knew I was going to be faster than on an average scenario. Due to the history that we have together, if you put the amount of defeats that he have, are very short and 2 are for me, so I knew I was going to be fast.
What do you say to people that think that you've been fast-tracked to the title just because of Izzy and your history together?
O que você tem a dizer para o pessoal que acha que você só está aqui lutando pelo cinturão só pela história que você tem com a Adesanya?
As pessoas vão, não adianta eu falar, as pessoas vão ver, né? Eu amo fazer isso, eu estou aprendendo muito. Eu digo assim, algo novo comparado com o kickboxing, mas eu já venho um tempo treinando, eu vou mostrar isso, né? O quanto eu sou perigoso, né? O quanto eu sei MMA.
Well, speaking doesn't make justice. I gotta go and show, but I want to show people that I've been training MMA for a while and how dangerous I can be with MMA.
And last one from me. Do you think that KO is behind him, or do you think it still emotionally gets to him?
Você acha que aquele nocaute já saiu da cabeça dele? Ou você acha que está lá ainda?
Não, tá lá ainda, não sai. Eu fico imaginando como que faz para apagar isso, porque é uma coisa, quando acontece com a gente, é uma coisa muito chata e eu não sei como ele vai fazer para tirar isso da cabeça. Não sei.
He's still there for sure, you know what I mean? I don't know how he's going to be able to, or how he could possibly erase that from his mind, but I know he's still there.
Alex, right in front of you. I know you're very proud of your indigenous people's bloodline. What would it mean for you? Can you just talk about that community and what it would mean to them and to you to be able to represent them as a champion?
Bom, a gente sabe que a descendência indígena que você tem é muito importante para você. Dá para você falar um pouco para a gente sobre essa comunidade no Brasil?
Bom, eu comecei a treinar o kickboxing, né, em 2009. E, pô, meu primeiro técnico, ele fazia parte da cultura indígena, os avós dele, até os pais. Para o seu pai e para sua mãe, cheguei em casa, eu perguntei para meu pai, para minha mãe, meu pai está ali, e eles falaram, os meus avós eram índios. Aí perguntei mais alguma coisa, mas eles não tinham muita informação, mas mesmo assim cheguei na academia, falei para o meu treinador, ele adorou, né? Sabia que eu tinha o sangue de índio, e ele falou, vamos trabalhar em cima disso, né? Vamos resgatar, assim, trazer para o nosso lado também, na parte da luta, né? Que é o que eles faziam. E aí eu abracei a ideia, né? E estou fazendo isso até hoje, e eu faço isso com muito orgulho.
Well, in 2009, I started training kickboxing. My first coach, he was deep into the indigenous culture. And he came and asked me if I had indigenous blood, and I actually didn't know. So I came and asked for my father, that's right there. And he said that his grandparents and my mother's grandparents were all indigenous. So I came back, talked that to my coach, and he was super happy. Then he helped me to bring that back into me and to explore more the culture, so it means a lot to me.
And, on a totally different note, I saw that you had a chance encounter with Elsa from Frozen. I was curious if she gave you any advice.
Ele viu que você teve encontro com a Elsa do Frozen essa semana, e se ela te deu algum conselho?
Não me deu nenhum conselho, não. Só tirei uma foto só com ela, fiz uma brincadeira ali.
No advice, I just took a picture with her, just fun.
Alex right here. Do you feel because of Izzy's dominance in this weight class, 6 title defenses, that if you do beat him on Saturday, there will be another fight with him immediately after this?
Você acha que devido à dominância do Israel no UFC, você ganhando sábado, vai ter uma revanche imediata?
Eu não parei para pensar nisso, né? Eu quero ganhar o cinturão e quem eles quiser colocar, se vai ter uma revanche imediata, ele que escolhe, né? E acho que ele tem o direito, né? Mas eu acredito que ele não queira. Eu acredito que perdendo ali, pô, não vai aceitar.
Well, for me, it makes no difference, you know what I mean, whoever they want to put after, but he does deserve that. But I think if they come and ask him after that for a rematch, I don't think he wants. He don't want that.
And when you look at the other middleweights out there, guys like Robert Whittaker and Marvin Vettori and Paulo Costa, do those type of style matchups excite you to maybe challenge yourself against some of these other top guys?
Bom, e passando isso aí para você, caras tipo o Whittaker, o Vettori, o Borrachinha, você acha assim que o estilo deles aí te deixa... Você acha bacana assim para lutar contra eles?
Com certeza, me empolga, né? É onde eu estou falando que eu vou mostrar o quanto eu sei lutar em MMA. Então, às vezes, se eu luto com a Adesanya, eu falo, era strike. Pô, já ganhou do cara 2 vezes, nocauteou 1 vez. Agora quero ver pegar o fulano. Pô, a gente está aqui para isso.
Absolutely excites me, you know what I mean? Because people gonna say, oh, but he beat Adesanya because it's a kickboxing fight. I want to see you get this guy. I'm here for that.
Alex, when you came to when you came to New York last year to make your UFC debut, what were your expectations for your first year with the promotion, and do you feel like you've met and exceeded those expectations so far?
Quando você veio lutar aqui no Madison Square Garden um ano atrás, quais eram as suas expectativas para o seu primeiro ano no evento? Você acha que chegou no que você esperava ou superou?
Eu esperava ali no máximo 4 lutas, né? E, poxa, eu enfrentei 3 caras muito duro, então eu provei que eu estaria pronto para estar disputando o cinto.
I was thinking about 3, 4 fights and fought 3 very hard guys, so I think I deserve to fight for the belt.
Alex, over here in the middle, everyone always talks about those kickboxing matches you had, but those were 5+ years ago. Obviously, you guys have changed. When you look at you and Israel, tell me, the changes that you've seen since then.
Bom, todo mundo fala dessa luta de kickboxing, mas já fazem 5 anos que ela aconteceu. Vocês dois, né, tiveram uma evolução desde lá. Como é que você vê a evolução de vocês dois?
Bom, algumas pessoas falam da evolução do Adesanya, né? Mas eu acho que eu evolui muito também na parte de kickboxing, né? E algumas pessoas falam, mas agora é MMA, mas se pergunta para qualquer pessoa como vai desenrolar essa luta, qualquer pessoa responde, vai ser uma luta de kickboxing dentro de um octógono. Então quem tem mais a vantagem? Eu que continuei no kickboxing ou ele que parou com o kickboxing?
Well, we both evolved a lot, but I think I have the edge on the kickboxing because I evolved a lot after the fight. People are going to say, but now this is an MMA fight. But many people think that this is going to be a kickboxing fight inside an octagon. So with that said, who do you think is going to have the edge? Me, that kept doing kickboxing for all those years, or him that stopped training kickboxing?
One thing he keeps saying is that he has a secret that he's going to show on Saturday. A lot of people are guessing that means he might want to try to wrestle. Are you expecting him to try to take you down at all?
Ele vem falando aí que tem um segredo aí que ele vai mostrar sábado, né? Que ninguém sabe. Você acha que isso aí pode ser que ele vai tentar botar você para baixo?
Como que foi?
Ele tá falando para todo mundo aí que tem um segredo aí que ele só vai mostrar sábado na luta, né? Sobre a estratégia. Você acha que pode ser que ele vai vir tentar colocar você para baixo?
Eu acho que quando ele fala dessa forma, eu acho que é algo diferente assim mesmo, de tentar colocar para baixo. Pode ser.
It might be, it says like that might be they want to take me down.
Over here, Alex? Oh, sorry.
Over here, Alex. There's an obvious language barrier between you and Izzy, and like the exchanges that we get is usually just eye to eye, and there's a lot of past you guys have, obviously. So, do you wish that you could communicate with him? Because right now it seems the exchanges seem primal, like 2 warriors from tribes just coming against each other. So, do you wish that you could communicate, or you just want to fight?
Bom, devido à barreira das línguas, né, entre vocês dois, a interação que vocês têm é mais ou menos, né, o olho no olho, né? Você acha que você desejaria que você pudesse se comunicar melhor com ele? Porque do jeito que tá, parece até um negócio meio, né, primitivo, né? O guerreiro de uma tribo encarando o guerreiro de outra tribo.
Todo mundo sabe que eu não falo inglês, isso dificulta um pouco, né? Mas para escutar também, entender inglês, escutar o que ele está falando, não faz sentido. Eu prefiro falar meu português e meu negócio é chegar lá e fazer meu trabalho, fazer o que eu treinei, sair na porrada, e é isso que eu sei fazer.
Yeah, there is a language barrier. I wish I could speak English, you know what I mean? So for me, it makes no difference. He can understand what he say, he can understand what I say. So I focus on just going over there and show what I know what to do.
Hey, Alex, over here. Just a quick question for you. Obviously, we're less than 2 weeks away from the World Cup, and Brazil right now the betting favorite, and one of the favorites to win the World Cup. Just kind of curious your opinion on how you think Brazil's going to do.
Bom, a Copa do Mundo começa em 2 semanas aí. O Brasil é um grande favorito aí. Como é que você acha que essa Copa vai?
Cara, falar de futebol comigo é meio complicado. Eu, nunca acompanhei futebol, né? Então eu não vou saber nem responder, mas é óbvio que eu estou torcendo para o Brasil, e a história que o Brasil tem no futebol é grande chance aí de ser campeão.
Well, I don't follow soccer too much, more into fighting, but always going to root for Brazil and do the history that Brazil have in the soccer world. I believe that Brazil is going to be world champion.
question. No.
Alex, over here. Alex, you're obviously, we all know about your experiences in kickboxing realm, but grappling is, of course, going to be a part of mixed martial arts. We haven't seen as much of that from you, and we've seen a lot of fights where we think it's going to be a kickboxing match, ends up being, wrestling or grappling, that kind of thing. How do you feel you are comfort-wise with grappling if it comes down to the mat?
Can you do that question one more time, please?
How does he feel? How does Alex feel about if the fight gets down to the mat and grappling is involved? How comfortable is he down there?
Bom, se a luta chegar na parte de baixo, quão confortável que você tá com ela no chão?
Eu tô treinando muito bem, tô treinando com os melhores, pô, todo mundo conhece, Glover Teixeira, pô, igual, na mesma noite tá Dominick e o Turman, né? Então, vocês sabem do estilo de luta de todos eles, então para mim foi muito importante estar treinando com todos eles, então eu vou me sentir confortável.
Well, I'm going to be very comfortable, on this fight. I've been training with Glover, don't even have to say nothing about it. But also on this same card, we have Dominick Reyes and we have Wellington Turman, all my teammates. So it was very important for me to have them on this camp because you guys know their fight style. So I'm very comfortable with.
Now, is your grappling, more survival at this point, or is it more offensive? Do you like to be offensive and look for submissions if it gets down to the mat?
O seu grappling hoje é mais defensivo ou ofensivo? Você tentou as finalizações hoje?
Meio a meio.
Half and a half.
Okay. Thank you.
Alex over here. So I know you train with Glover Teixeira. Would you say that he's like a mentor or someone that you look up to? And if so, what's it been like having him in your camp, helping you get ready for the biggest fight of your life?
Bom, você treina com o Glover Teixeira, né? Nesse ponto, você acha que ele é mentor para você, te ajudando e te instruindo? Como é que ele vem na sua carreira?
Não, com certeza, né? Eu tô com uma equipe muito boa, tô me sentindo muito bem treinando ali na Teixeira MMA. Como eu falei, tem esses nomes, né? Mas pô, tem o Fernelli, que é um excelente treinador de boxe, que está me ajudando muito. Tem o Caio também, Caio Magalhães, também ex-atleta do UFC, que também está me ajudando muito na parte de chão. Então assim, eu tô bem nos meus treinos e tô bem confiante.
Absolutely, man. Being training at the Share MMA, it's been something very helpful to me. Not only the names that we spoke, but we also have Fernelli in the boxing empire, we have Caio Magalhães, who's fighting the UFC on the ground. So I'm very, very well taken care of.
So after this fight, win, lose, or draw, do you get right back into camp and help him get ready for December?
Bom, depois dessa luta, ganhando, perdendo, empatando, você tá de volta no tatame para ajudar o Glover a ficar pronto em dezembro?
Com certeza, 100%. Eu gosto de treinar. Cara, eu vou estar ajudando e vou ser ajudado. Eu vou estar ali no camp do cara, mas eu tenho muito para aprender. Eu estou num processo de evolução, então eu tenho que estar lá, né, por mim e por ele.
Absolutely, but not only help and be helped. I'm still, on a process of evolution on my game, so it's also helping myself.
And so if you're victorious on Saturday, how do you celebrate?
Ganhando a luta sábado, como é que você vai comemorar?
Com a minha família, com a minha equipe, né? A minha equipe, né, que é a minha família.
With my family, my team that is my family.
Alex, just with you talking about Glover, how do you think he does in his rematch against Yuri?
Falando no Glover, como é que você acha que ele vai ir na revanche com o Yuri?
Vai bem, como eu sempre venho falando, as pessoas me perguntam, né, porque a gente treina junto, é fazer o que ele fez, né, lógico, mais atento, né, pô, tá confiante, viu que estava ganhando a luta ali, né, então aconteceu aquela falha ali, mas é fazer o que fez, atento e vai dar certo.
I think he's going to do very good. He was winning the last fight, you know what I mean? Just do what he did, be more cautious this time, more focused. And I think he's going to win again.
And what advice has Glover given you going into this weekend against Izzy?
Qual conselho o Glover te deu para esse final de semana contra o Israel?
Sei quem eu sou.
Just be who I am.
Thank you.
Alex, over here. Over here. I'm right here.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Besides yourself, who do you think has the best striking skills in the UFC?
Fora você, quem você acha que tem o melhor nível de trocação no UFC?
Como que é?
Fora você, quem que você acha que tem o melhor nível de trocação no UFC?
Pô, o Israel.
Israel.
Alex in the back here.
Okay.
Since you joined the UFC, your name has been heavily attached to Adesanya because you were the guy who beat him twice. Does it bother you at all that you've been constantly attached to his name through every fight you've been mentioned with him? And if you beat him on Saturday, do you move past that point in your life, or do you welcome a fourth fight?
Bom, desde que você entrou no UFC, o seu nome está totalmente associado com a Adesanya. Isso te incomoda que tudo que você vai falar, toda entrevista o pessoal traz o nome dele. Ganhando sábado, esse é um capítulo fechado da sua vida ou você vai querer uma quarta luta?
Como o finalzinho você falou?
Ganhando sábado, isso é um capítulo fechado na sua vida ou você vai estar aberto para uma quarta luta?
Como eu falei, eu estou numa empresa, né? Sou empregado e o que eles falam que eu tenho que fazer, né? Eu vou fazer, vou estar preparado. Se vai ser com eles, se vai ser com outro cara, isso para mim não importa. Eu vou estar sempre pronto.
Well, this is a business, a corporation. I'm an employee, so whoever they want me to fight, I'll fight. I'll be ready.
One more, Alex. You're obviously a very large middleweight. You've held 2 titles in kickboxing simultaneously. If you win on Saturday and you claim that middleweight belt, are you focusing on clearing out the middleweight division and defending that title, or would you like to move up to 205 and grab 2 belts?
Pô, você é um peso médio muito grande, né? E já foi campeão duplo, já até na categoria, sendo na categoria de cima. Ganhando sábado, você vai focar em defender esse cinturão várias vezes ou potencialmente chegar e lutar pelo cinturão do meio pesado?
Com certeza é manter nessa categoria. É uma categoria que eu me sinto muito bem. Algumas pessoas vêm falando do meu peso, um cara muito grande, mas se eu estou conseguindo manter esse peso, eu vou fazer isso. Eu vejo muitas pessoas vindo muito pesado, né? O meio pesado já muito pesado. Pô, eu não tenho esse peso todo. Quando eu estou de férias, às vezes as pessoas veem o meu peso, eu posto alguma coisa ali. Quando estou de férias, é óbvio que eu vou estar um pouco mais pesado, muito líquido, retenção de líquido. Mas quando eu estou focado nos meus treinos, eu mantenho o meu peso ideal para baixar o meu peso.
Well, I've been feeling very comfortable in this weight class. You know, been making weight, so nothing to change about it. Some guys that I have already coming very large for the weight class. I feel good at middleweight.
And last one, sorry.
Quando você ganhou do Israel da última vez, seu filho estava com você comemorando lá no ringue. Você planeja trazer os meninos agora aí para essa daí também?
Eles vão estar todos ali do lado, mas não sei como que vai ser, né? Se pode entrar, se não pode.
They're gonna be right there, cage side. I don't know how it's gonna be, if they can get in or not, but they're gonna be there.
Potan, I'm gonna say another one in Portuguese, alright, guys? Fala um pouquinho como é que um ano após a sua estreia, tá de volta no Madison Square Garden, lutando pelo cinturão, e manda um recado pro Brasil que tá te assistindo.
Bom, fez aniversário já da minha estreia, né? Foi no dia 6 de novembro, né? Voltando aí a mais desejada arena aí, onde todo mundo quer lutar. Eu estou tendo essa oportunidade e ainda pelo título. Estou muito feliz, muito confiante, muito empolgado para essa luta, bem treinado, né? Sempre pé no chão. E é o que eu quero. Quero estar aqui, dar esse show para a galera. E o recado que eu tenho para todo mundo é que eu vou dar um show, fazer o que eu venho sempre fazendo.
All right, guys, if you can forget the network that you're on, right? You're going to get back on, but there's one device, and there's way too many for one device. I just added a second device. So if you forget the network and get back on, you'll all be good, right? Because you're having issues? Let's do it. Molly McCann for everyone.
happening, the fair? How are we?
Good, thank you, Molly. How are you?
Fucking fantastic, lad.
How's it feel for this one, big card, Madison Square Garden? What's the emotions like heading into this one?
I think every single one of you know exactly how hard I've worked for this moment, for this event. And I feel like a kid at Christmas. I've said it's like your last Christmas you believe in Father Christmas, when you wake up on Christmas Day and get to open your presents. I'm just that excited to get in there and experience the venue, the arena, the fans, the Irish, the English, even the Americans. I'm here for it all.
Do you feel like, obviously you've had a couple of run-outs in London recently, you've shown the people over here what that atmosphere can be like. Do you anticipate that they'll try and catch up and they'll show you that same sort of reception on Saturday?
Yeah, I've got a lot of people coming, and I know a lot of people here as well who are going to come and just bring some European vibe to MSG. I was here when Katie Taylor fought Amanda Serrano, and if any of you guys was here then, you'll know that the atmosphere was special, and I think it should be the same on Saturday night.
So with that said, right, you're not a stranger to that atmosphere, but at MSG, with the size of the event, does that put extra pressure on you, or are you feeling like this is not extra pressure, it's just an extra stage for me to shine on?
I don't feel any pressure of where we are. It would always be the pressure of the fight. The same as every fight's the same. You get them little butterflies, you get them moments of doubt, and I feel like with every fight recently, I'm getting a bit more professional. I'm getting more well-versed with how to handle the adversities before you get in and whilst you're in there. And yeah, I'm just ready to do the job. I don't need to sit with telling you how I'm going to do it and the bravado of what I used to do when I was brand new in the UFC and a lot younger. And I've worked so hard, I'm battle tested, and I'm ready to just absolutely tear the roof off the gaff on Saturday.
Can lightning strike thrice?
I think so.
And to fight fans, we obviously knew who you were, especially from your time in the regional scene in the UK, but you kind of exploded onto the scene with Barstool and your knockouts. The Rock is tweeting at you, Drake's giving you. I feel like fame just kind of hit you out of nowhere. So how has it been navigating the last few months around the world?
It's been absolutely disgusting, to be honest. Post-fight, I'll enjoy an ale. I'll enjoy doing the media with everyone. And then when you get home, it absolutely kicks you in the face because you're not normal anymore. I can't just walk little Frank and Patsy down the street anymore. I can't just go to football. So what I've had to do is grieve a private life because my life's not private anymore. So that's been something that not everyone would have to deal with. I don't think when we start fighting, I think we start to just win a belt. We don't start for fame. We don't really start for the money. It's about the prestige and the honour of winning that belt. But I'm very fortunate, I suppose, that people want to know, and I'm that approachable. But sometimes it weighed heavy. But I've just learned how to handle it now and not. Do you know, like me, I never want to not give everyone every bit of time that I've got, and I want to make everyone feel special. But when you've got hundreds of people a day, that can drain your energy. So I've just had to learn boundaries, being respectful to the people when they want to speak to me. But if I haven't got time, it's not the end of the world if I say no. That's been the hardest thing, but I'm learning.
Did Connor send you a DM about advice on handling fame?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Met him, didn't I? And then we'd spoke a few times when I had a bevy in the Black Forge, obviously. And I messaged him going, how do you handle this? Because you can blow up and then you can blow up. And I just couldn't quite get my head around how sometimes people are with you. And he was just like, when you're in the gym, it's just the gym. Don't let no one else in. Keep everyone outside. Always remember it's just fighting. You're a cage warrior. That's what we are. We're cage warriors, champions. And he said some mad things about Valentina's going to get a max smack and all these kind. Like it was so poetic and it was so lovely. But my partner Ellis printed it off and put it in a sign in MSG, and it's in my front room. So every day, if I'm struggling or if I'm feeling good, but I don't need to get ahead of myself, get a big fat head and walk around with ego. It's to stay grounded and to realise that I'm just here to win, and the rest of it, the external factors, mean fuck all.
And unrelated to your fight, I've been asking all the fighters this. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So growing up, were you a fan? Did you watch him? Do you have any favorite memories of Frank?
Yeah, when he fought Maynard, I think it's probably one of everyone's favourite fights. But I just remember he'd fight at all kinds of weights. He wouldn't cut weight. He'd be true to his weight and his walking around style. And I feel like I do that a little bit sometimes. People go, oh, can you go to strawweight? If you want to see an emancipated Molly McCann who's got no cardio and is blowing from round 2, then all right, do you know what I mean? But he's done it the hard way. He's done extremely well. And if this is his last fight, what an arena to bow out on in his home, in front of the fans. And yeah, he's a pioneer of the sport, and it'd be sad to see him go, and we've all got nothing but respect for him.
Molly, over here in the middle. Over here.
Oh, thanks, lad.
You were talking about you've became this superstar, megastar, especially over in Europe. That said, you're on the prelims. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Lad, I'm fighting an MSG. I don't give a fuck. Lad, I don't care. It means I get to get out early and get on the Guinness with all my family is what that means. But means nothing to me.
I mean, are you surprised by it, though?
No. Have you seen who's on the card?
I was surprised.
Why?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Have you seen who's on the card?
No, it's loaded. It's loaded. I got it. I was surprised.
I don't put myself here. I just come to fight and give the fans everything that they've worked hard for. You could put me on first, and I'd still have this smile on my face going to fight at MSG.
It might have been a good idea to put you on first, and then they.
I know, and then more time on the Howlerhead and Guinness.
Talk about your opponent for a second, Erin Blanchfield. One thing, I watched a recent interview with her, and she said that she's a much better grappler than you, and you've never faced a grappler like her. What do you think about that?
I fought Gillian Robertson and I fought Talia Santos, and I think they're both better grapplers than her. I've prepared for her like she's my hardest fight in my life, like I have everyone else. But if she wants to say that, well, she's never been punched by someone like me who can punch as hard as I can or elbow a fucking face off. Do you know what I mean? So I'm going to stay respectful to my opponent. I'm going to give the garden the performance it deserves and the people the performance they deserve. She can come at me with a grappling. She can do whatever she wants. It's MMA, but I'm weathered. I've got more experience than her. I've got more wins than her, and I've got more finishes than her. So let's dance, Erin.
Molly, do you think that experience does give you the edge in this fight? How do you see yourselves matching up?
I try not to preempt how the fight's going to go. I've done that with Talia Santos, and it didn't work out too well for me. So I get in there and I read every movement and every reaction, but the fight starts on the feet. If she wants to shoot in from the other side of the cage, then that's fine. If she wants to try and push me to the wall, that's fine. I'm just ready for everywhere that it goes. I've brought in grapplers to train with for this fight camp. I've brought in ex-US judo and wrestling players. And look, I'm calm. I don't know if you normally see me this calm. I'm not being too loud. I'm just chilled. A nervous me might have more bravado, might try and sell it all to the cameras that I'm nervous and I'm this, that and the other. Listen, this is more my home than it's going to be his, let me tell you that.
And you're riding that momentum from those last 2 wins. What did you think when they put forward Erin to you? Because I think Miranda Maverick was also calling you out, after your win in London. What did you think about Erin next?
I was given a date and a name, and I said yes to both. A lot of people have been calling me out, so I must be doing something good, but I'm only looking at what's in front of me. I'm not looking at what's behind me. I'm only fighting the people the UFC give me to fight. So if they wanted me to fight Miranda, I'd fight Miranda. If they wanted me to fight Antonina Shevchenko, I'd have fought her. Erin's the perfect... Do you know, if I knock Erin out or submit her, then the media would still say in the next fight, if I fought a grappler, oh, but she's got grappling. So did Hannah Goldie. So did Luana. She was a Thai boxer, should have been able to clinch and leave me head off, but here I am still. I'm not too confident or overzealous in the fact that I've won 3 fights, 3 big wins, and like that's what's going to get me the win on Saturday. The hard work is what's going to get me the win. And I won't be having a big ego like she has, and I won't be coming in. I'll just let me fists, me knees, me takedowns, and me anti-grappling do the talking.
Molly, down the back here.
Sorry, just had one more. Your last fight, your last 3 fights, obviously you were fighting alongside Paddy. You know, you were both going into fight week together. What's it like not having him with you?
It's a lucky thing I've had 14 fights without him and still won, isn't it? Look, he's on the phone every day, the same as every other training partner that I've got in that gym. We've got 6 lads fighting on Cage Warriors on Saturday in Manchester. So he's coaching there. He's devastated not to be here, but it kind of gives us a chance to be our own person and not Siamese twins. He's missed. I do miss walking around the hotel and not getting like people trying to tackle us or arguments kicking off everywhere to keep the fight week entertaining. But yeah, I'll see him on Tuesday anyway.
Has he given you any advice going into this one?
Do you know, in this camp, he's coached a lot. When we've been sparring, he's really, through when I've brought people in to spar me, he's tried to coach them on how to beat me in rounds in a positive way. And it wasn't happening, so I was buzzing with that. He's like me little big brother, isn't he? And I can't wait to do him proud and just prove that I'm not riding on the back of someone else's coattails. Also, I'm here because I'm supposed to be here.
Thank you.
Molly, down the back here. I was walking over here through Times Square and I saw a big billboard with, you know,
with my face on it.
With,
and I was seeing it, lad. How heavy is that?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely, you know, a special thing. You know, coming from where you come from. Did you ever imagine right in Times Square there'd be a big billboard with your face on there?
Do you know, when I was a little kid and I used to box, I used to remember running along the docks in Liverpool, and you know, when your mind it starts going to places you like and imagining all these amazing scenarios. I always thought one day this would be my thing, do you know what I mean? In my wildest dreams, this is what I imagined. And being here, it's so surreal, it's like proper pinch me moments, but within the same breath, it's like I really know this is where I'm supposed to be at the right time in my career and in my life.
What was it like? Did you envision this, like particularly when you're at the Katie Taylor fight, right? You look at that and you must have been thinking all night that night, this is going to be me in a few months.
Listen, I was half thinking about giving up MMA and doing boxing. I was like, Eddie, please let me fight here. Please let me fight here when I was talking to Eddie Hearn. But no, the UFC and MMA is where I wanted it to be. And I did say, I got a picture outside Madison Square Garden that night, and I said to my partner Ellis, I was like, next time we come here, I'm going to be fighting. And she said, I know you are, and here we are. So
I wanted to ask one, and if you want to hit me with a no comment on this, you certainly can. But back at home in the UK, there was some controversy with your doctor, Usman Sajjad. I know that Tyson Fury came out in defense of him. Conor Benn has defended him. But do you want to sort of talk about your relationship with Dr. Uz, and is he working with you for this fight?
He's never worked with me before. Believe it or not, being a gay woman, I still have to have a pregnancy test. He gave me a pregnancy test. He took my bloods and sent them off to be tested. Shock, I wasn't pregnant. And yeah, if you have a look, any big fighter who he's ever met, he's put on his Instagram or his website. I've had one conversation with the guy, and that's it. So I don't know if I need to defend that or defend him. I don't know him. He's a GP who's dealt with every boxer and MMA artist in the northwest of England. So make sure you ask everyone else that question, lad.
100% I will. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Hey, Molly over here. You know, obviously last fight, you know, Drake dropped a nice milli on you. I'm kind of curious if you've heard anything from him, and obviously the price tag's a little bit better this time for him as well.
I was messaging him the other day. I sent him a message asking him if I could be in the new season of Top Boy. I'm not sure if anyone's seen that, but there's a few Scousers in it, so I thought, oh, try me luck. But no, I haven't been on social media for this camp. Yeah, I've stayed away from it to be focused for what's coming on Saturday night. But I do see he's playing on Friday night in somewhere in New York, so it wouldn't surprise me if he was coming and going to put a parlay on me and Izzy or something like that. See if we can keep the Drake case not going.
Perfect. Last question for you here. Obviously, 2 weeks until the World Cup. Is football coming home or what?
I'm not bothered about that, lad. I'm not feeling the Qatar vibes and all the human rights that haven't gone down there. I won't even be watching it.
Hello, Meatball Motley.
Hello, lad.
Stand the man
Make
for
it a
Mr.
good one.
Man.
Make
What'd
it
you
a
say?
good one.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Make it a good one. You're my
I
last
got a good one
question.
for you. So I know Meatball Molly likes to party. Where are we partying after the fight? And also, I know you like to bring the animals out when you fight. Drake might be coming. Are we going to see Dave Portnoy? Are we going to see Paddy?
Paddy's coaching in Manchester. Dave Portnoy will be there. Probably Drake will probably come. There's an Irish bar off 34th is where I'll be going for my Guinness and Jameson's after the fight. And was there anything else?
No, that was it. Just where we partying.
Oh, there we go, lad. I'll put it on my Insta.
That was the best question. What are we doing here?
Getting drunk.
Thank you.
Thanks, gang.
Ryan, over here. We're obviously only a few days away from your fight against Dom. I'm curious, what are the emotions leading into this fight inside arguably the most famous arena in the world?
Emotions? I don't know. I really hadn't really thought about it. I mean, it's cool. It's just another fight to me. I don't care.
And then when they approached you with Dom, did it really matter who they had come with you? Would you have said yes to anyone at all, or is Dom specifically interest you?
Hey, look, man. I'm not the shooter. I'm the bullet. It don't matter.
Looking at your record, obviously people, and when they show the highlights, they show your knockouts and they show your power in there, but you have a lot of submission wins. Do you think that we're not talking enough about your grappling skills?
Man, look, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as you're talking about me winning, that's all that matters to me. You know, that's 2-3 checks for me. That's what I do it for.
What is the vibe been in camp lately? Because especially with Uriah coming off his big win in his boxing debut.
Efficiency. We just wanted to be efficient this time. Like, did everything I needed to do, and I did everything the right way, the way I needed to do. Spent time with my strength and conditioning coach like I wanted to. Got my nutritionist. Like, we just all been on the same page and clicking on all cylinders. So the vibe, so to speak, has been good.
And finally, I've been asking all the fighters, this might be Frank Edgar's last fight of his MMA career. I'm curious, were you a fan of him coming up, and do you have any memories of Frank Edgar's fights from past?
I've watched them. I can't say that I was really a fan of anybody other than Anderson, to be honest with you. Well, Benson Henderson at one point, and if I'm not, did they fight? Yeah, they did. Yeah, twice. So I think it's cool that he gets to fight close to home, and it's his last one, and they're giving him the shine that he needs. So I think that's dope.
Ryan, over here in the middle.
You're kind of off to the right, not this the middle. You're good.
Middle, what's your thoughts on your opponent, Dominick Reyes?
listen, like I said, I'm not the shooter, I'm the bullet. I don't have none, I don't care. Be whoever. Who the fuck calling me? Oh, my brother.
Over here, Ryan. At what point did you feel like you really locked in? Was it during camp? Was it recently during this week? Was it when you came into New York City?
Something happened in my last fight that kind of flipped the switch for me, like right in the middle of it, and I realized, I was like, oh shit, I'm about to be world champion. And we've been going ever since.
So you've been around the UFC for a little while. Dom's been here for a little bit, right over here.
All right.
Have you and Dom ever crossed paths before or had any type of personal interactions or anything?
Hold up. Look, I'm sorry. I struggle with people talking to me that. No, I see you. You're good. I saw you when you first started talking, but I have a problem. Can I get some names? Like that'd be nice. That I kind of like, not generalize it, because I hate doing this, and the reason why I hate it is because I hate people talking to me that I don't know who they are. So, can I get a name?
My name's Stan the Man from the Menace and the Man.
Hey, there you go. All right. Now, what's your question again?
Have you and Dom ever crossed paths before, or had any like personal interactions or handshakes, dinners?
No, actually, we ran into each other in the elevator like last night. Other than that, no.
Like, do you watch tape on your opponents, or is that your coach's job?
No, I don't do that.
So you're pretty much going into this with just.
Hey, look, they point me and shoot, and I go get them.
Did your coaches have you adjust any of your training specifically for Dom?
More so, we focused on where I focused on me. They've watched a lot of film, but to me that doesn't matter. I don't really care. I make my adjustments that I need to make, because who knows? I don't know who's gonna show up in there. So we're gonna see.
So you're from Texas originally?
No, Tennessee. Memphis.
Train in Texas.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to New York before?
I have not.
So first time. Are you doing touristy things, or are you just focused on the fight right now?
I ain't gonna lie, man. 10 minutes after I got here, I didn't want to come back no more. So I talk to my kids, and they want to come back, so I'll do the touristy shit then. But right now, it's about business.
Hey, understandable. I live here. I don't really like it that much either.
Yes, there you go.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Ryan, right here, one more. Jose, by the way.
Jose.
When you say you wanted to leave after 10 minutes, was that just because of just all the chaos that comes with New York City?
Man, it took us like an hour or something to get here from the airport. And apparently it was supposed to be like a 20-some minute drive. Like, that's not what's up. Like, who does that, man? It's worse than Dallas traffic. And fuck that.
It's not quite as bad as LA, though.
See, I don't plan on going there anytime soon either.
One more over here, Ryan. My name's Tim, by the way. Nice to meet you.
What's up, Tim?
Do you feel like the same, I don't know if it's an anxiety when you're, because obviously when you're in front of the crowd, everyone's eyes are just on you, or are you just lost in the fight and you could care less?
Man, I'm made for this shit. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they can pay me what they pay me. I'll fight in my backyard. I really don't care. Like, either you're watching or you're not. My brother always said there's two type of people watching: the people you know watching and the people you don't know watching. So, I don't care.
Question over here, Dave. You mentioned you ran into Dominick in the elevator yesterday. How'd that interaction go?
Yeah, nothing really. Just, what's up? All right, cool. And me and my brother had just watched some scammers on the street, so we was talking about that. Oh, nice, appreciate it.
Ottman, over here, right this side. It's been a while since we've seen you here at Media Day or just fighting in general. So how have the last several months been in terms of preparation and camp and training and everything?
It was a long time that I couldn't fight because of some injuries in the past. And yes, it was a little bit hard to get in back to training, but alhamdulillah, I have a good team, and I'm surrounded by very good and positive people who pushed me, and the motivation came back very fast. So it was to get in back to training was easier than expected, alhamdulillah, but the circumstances made it easy for me, yes.
When you said it was hard to get back into training, was that physically your body maybe wasn't right, or mentally to get back into training? What do you mean by that?
I think it's a combination of all of this, you know. In the beginning, it was because of the injuries hard to get back to start, but like I said, the circumstances and the environment were ideal, and positive people surrounding me, so it was at the end then easier, yes.
Then I saw an interview you did where you described this fight against Matt as the most important of your career. So why exactly did you feel that way?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember this. No, I think every upcoming fight is the most important because it's the next step. We keep walking up, and it's always important to cross the next step. For me, it's every fight is the same as long it's before top 10. It's all the same. Like I said, that's steps which takes us to the next level, to the higher goals.
Are you tired of fans and media asking you what was in the bag in Fight Island?
No, not really. I'm not tired. No problem. They can ask.
What was in the bag?
You see? They can ask. No problem.
Not going to tell us that?
No problem. You can ask. But the thing is, so I'm not confirming anything by what I say now. But let's say I have now a bag with me. Let's say I come in to this room with a bag. Why would you ask me what's in the bag? What's in your bag?
There's a camera, laptop, a couple of cables. But the difference is that was in a bubble, right? And this guy supposedly broke into a bubble to get you said bag. So that's a bit different than if you brought one in here today.
Have you been there in this bubble?
I was in the bubble, yeah.
Did someone check your bag before you went in?
They sprayed it, they didn't check it.
So my bags also were not checked before. I also, when I checked in this hotel, or whenever I checked in any fighter's hotel, no one ever checked my bag. So why this big secret around this bag? You understand? So it was not. It's not a Mission Impossible movie, no. If I wanted to, it was not, that's the thing is the people what they think after all this media thing. I'm not talking about the UFC fighters because they're living this. You know, they take the flight, they arrive, they get to the hotel, they come in, everything is fine, you know. But we give the people outside a little wrong impression about how we get treated when we check in the hotel. You know, they have the idea that we are like in the airport, we have to open all our bags and they get checked. But that's not what's happening. The fighters are always welcomed very good, warmly. We can go in without that the people check our bags. They put this trust in us. So why this answer is because if I wanted to sneak anything in, I could have done it without any Mission Impossible or sending Spider-Man to give Batman something and Ant-Man make small, big, you know, and Superman from up and however, you know.
That's a lot of superhero friends that you have.
Yeah, I belong to these guys, you know, Ottman, Batman, Ant-Man.
It's the same
all
thing.
these guys. Same. All my friends, you know.
Wait, one over here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I'm bringing it now.
Well, Israel over here. It's obviously
Nice sweater. I was gonna say, fuck, that's crack. That's nice. Is that my size?
Probably.
Yeah, that's my size.
Sure. You can talk after. Well, we're obviously only a few days away from another fight in Madison Square Garden for you. I'm curious, what are the emotions now that the hard part of fight camp is all out of the way and it's just media at this point?
I put a video up after my last hard session, the spider session that you guys have probably seen a few times, and that was another one where I just hit Ultra Instinct, and the sparring that day as well, Ultra Instinct, and I just felt like, yeah, game over, and I just felt good about it. So now it's just all this shit, blah 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 blah. Fight's already sold, so I don't need to say much.
You also posted a tweet, I think it was, it had a video clip of like Jigsaw from Saw. And obviously Jigsaw, like he kind of punishes people for stuff that they did in the past that they weren't aware of, or maybe. Am I just looking too much into that, or were you just using?
Well, it is now. Honestly, these themes for my fights, I don't plan them. They just come to me. And it's always just been my thing. So I guess, yeah, it makes sense. Honestly, it does. Like my tattoos, I just pick it because it looks cool, and then they reveal the significance of my life to me later on. So I'm just a vessel, and I listen to my ancestors or the above.
You also wrote #Law15, which is to crush your enemies totally. Is that so? Specifically on that, is this a different feeling for you leading up to this fight now when you push that out?
Yeah, 100%. Because crush your enemies totally. If you leave any sign of life, they'll come back for revenge. You should have killed me in Brazil. But yeah, now it's my time, and I'll crush him totally. Or maybe I'll just jab and leg kick him. We'll see.
Solid tactic.
Yeah.
You said that this, you saw a Floyd Mayweather clip where he said, if I have to win a fight, it's this fight. And you feel the same about this one with Alex.
100%.
Why is the way you feel, why do you feel that way? Is it because of him and your history with him? Is it because of the fan reception to you after the last one? Or is it just because of the training camp you just had, you have to win because you
It's just him. Just the fact that we have that history. I feel like if there's any fight, like every other fight was important to me. The Whitaker fight, part 1.
The semblance to walking out to your opponent's funeral, like, do you have something special planned for this weekend?
I'm just gonna walk out and do work, but the theme is the theme is already set.
Thank you.
Izzy, right here. You admitted that this fight is personal to you. You said the last time it was really personal was Paulo Costa. That was one of the best performances of your career. So do you think being personal makes it an advantage for you?
You can ask Jeff St. Lair from JSV. He'll tell you the truth. That guy right there, he knows. He's broken it down to me before, but I like these moments when I'm forced to rise to the occasion, and I know who I am. I know my spirit. I know my code. I know my ancestry. So yeah, I mean, he's a tough guy, but I'm all right. We'll see.
So last time you were in front of the media, you got pretty mad and you told us to do our job. Go watch.
I'm being honest. Yeah, I'm glad you guys did actually, because David told me some of you guys did.
So I did. I did my job, and I watched the fights. I want to ask you, do you think the first fight, do you think you got robbed? Because a lot of people think you won that fight.
You can see the faces of myself and himself once his hand got raised. It was a close fight, sure, but if you're scoring the fight according to the criteria of kickboxing, I mean, I was doing work. And I watched the highlights as well. I think Lunatic Cringe posted a little highlight I shared on my story. And I was seeing the shots I was hitting him with back then, but he was just able to eat them because I was a skinny boy, skinny clow back then. But I can find those same angles on him. My game is a lot different. And my striking has always been better suited for MMA. I've said that from the jump. I'm just really good at striking that I just dominated in kickboxing. But my striking has always been better suited for MMA. And yeah, again, we'll see.
Obviously, you've improved. I know you're an analyst of the game. You like to study. What about him? Do you think he has improved since then?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a guy I feel like he learns fast. And he possesses really good traits that he brings to MMA as well. His frame is really good for MMA. Kind of like mine, we're pretty much the same size. He's just stacked. But I'm brolic right now. And yeah, I look forward to even being hopefully in the clinch with him, just so he can feel me a little bit.
And my last question, everyone's expecting is this high-level kickboxing match. Any chance we get to see a little more wrestling from you?
I think he might shoot. I don't know. But I just have this weird inkling, and I've said it like 3 times now, but I welcome it. I know how to wrestle. I know some jiu-jitsu. Still a white belt, but yeah. I mean, if he shoots on me, I'm taking his neck. I'm taking everything. So we'll see. But I just know my striking is, bruh, you'll see. There's not much to say. I mean, there's not much to say. I just got to show it, and I will show it.
Good luck to you.
Hi, Izzy. Over here in the back.
In the back?
Yeah. You said in the lead up to this fight with TMZ, you want to make this fight into a horror movie. If you had to make this, if you had a title for this horror movie, what would it be?
A Quiet Place.
And then speaking more on movies, you're a big Marvel fan. Are you going to see Black Panther 2 featuring Kamaru Usman?
Of course. Fuck yeah. I'm going to watch part 1 again, and then I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch part 2 because I've already had great reviews from it as well. I've seen people post 10 out of 10. Like, people I know, I don't look at fucking all these critics or reviews sites or whatever, Rotten Tomatoes or whatever. People that I know have said it's one of the greatest movies they've seen, so I look forward to watching it. Probably after the fight.
Mm-hmm. And how soon can we see you in the movie industry? Like, do you feel like it's going to be a few years, maybe after you're retired, or like when do you want to go into that?
Tim. Just Tim's face. Even for can I talk about Tim? The other one. So like, I mean, I would have filmed for Creed 3 probably, maybe 2 weeks ago, but I turned that down. And that's like the fourth one I've turned down because, again, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm great at this. I'm learning a lot at this. I only just threw that there because I asked him first if I could. Hollywood's right there. It's always going to be there. Voiceover work is right there. I have a lot of anime ideas I'm going to put out there as well with my own production company. So all that shit's for later on. Right now, I'm one of the baddest motherfuckers in this bitch, so I'm going to keep doing that.
Is he right here?
Israel over here.
Hands up so I can see where you are.
In the back?
Yeah, there you go.
Right here.
Hands up?
Right here.
Okay.
We had Alex in here earlier, and he got asked about something you just kind of did about like the grappling side of it, and he basically said the first one who shoots is kind of already doomed because that shows a sign of desperation. What would you say in response to that?
The first one. Fuck. First one who shoots. I'll shoot my fist at his face. I don't know. I'll take him down by knocking him down. I don't know. Fuck. This is mixed martial arts, isn't it? When he gets raw and he shoots, I mean, does that mean he's a bitch then?
That seemed to be the way he framed it.
Okay, sweet.
And I just want to know, like, you obviously have a great appreciation for the history of combat sports and MMA and everything. And this story, you know, them signing him and this happening, it kind of reminds me of like Chuck Liddell when they brought in like Babalu or Jeremy Horn because they'd beaten him like pre-UFC and things like that. Do you like that they're kind of? It seems like they would only do this for someone who's like a big star and someone who has a special layer to them. Do you kind of feel that way?
You mean bringing in special opponents?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because I was making things look too easy, and even I was getting bored with it, you know, having to lap the division again. So, yeah, for me, it's I set the way. I've laid the table out, you know. So the UFC know what they're doing. They brought him up right, gave him the right fights. I don't think he fought a wrestler. He beat a top 5 guy, one top 5 guy. I fought a top 10 guy in my fucking third fight in the UFC, and I just headlined since and stole the show. So my run is different, but I appreciate my run because of the way I did it. And yeah, let him enjoy his time right now. Let him enjoy his 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Israel back here. Right back
Hello?
here.
Yep.
Hey, Israel. Welcome back to New York, by the way.
Thank you.
So your greatness cannot be understated, and especially in like kickboxing, comparing you to like Ernesto Hus and the great like Jerome Banner, MMA, the next Anderson Silva. But right now, you are the first Israel Adesanya.
Amen.
You know, again, greatness cannot be understated. What is left to accomplish for you, considering that you're now the world champion? You're considered already one of the greatest of all time. What's left to accomplish?
There's a lot in this game. For me, it's just doing what I'm doing, beat everyone up in my way. I never really chase these accolades or these, you know, records or whatever. You put a guy in front of me, we knock him down, you know, and everything else follows. I said it before, I said it again. Jeff, what did I call the belt when I first got to the UFC?
Fancy tiara.
Exactly. I've always said it's a fancy tiara you just wear. All I wanted to do was beat the best in the world, and I've been doing that. And this came, the money came, fuck, everybody came. Yeah.
Gotcha. And one more question. Personal assessment on anime. What's your opinion on Cowboy Bebop?
See, that's a classic I haven't seen yet. I just got onto Chainsaw Man, and I'm liking that right now. I don't know who's seen Chainsaw Man.
It's not. Is it not the best thing on TV right now?
Fucking awesome. Like, I just didn't, the way, like, who thinks this shit up? I love it, honestly. Like, I think it was friends kind of just told me, like, oh, you should have a look at Chainsaw Man. I was like, all right, bet. And yeah, that just, it blew my mind. So I think I have to catch up to the 4th and 5th episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll catch up to it soon.
2 suggestions, Cowboy Bebop and Fooly Cooley. I promise you.
Also, the one that came out in New Zealand on Disney Channel, might be Hulu here. I think it might be Cowboy Bebop, the new season.
It might be.
There's Bebop got canceled and like.
Oh yeah, Bebop got
No,
canceled
not
on
canceled.
Netflix.
No, what was the new one? Oh.
Buzzkill.
No, hold up. Sorry, 2 seconds. I got it.
Oh, please do, sir.
Intermission music. Talk amongst yourselves.
Talking amongst myself, sir.
Hold up, 2 seconds.
Champ is looking on Google right now.
Just looking at my Disney app just to see because it might still be on New Zealand. There's a new one.
I'm gonna take notes too.
Sorry. It's the one my friends were telling me like the first episode of the new season was fire, so they're hyping it up already. It might not respond because we're in America, but we'll see.
What's it called?
Bleach.
Bleach.
The new season of Bleach I've heard is the shit, so I've been told to watch that as well. And I know that's a classic. That's a classic. But yeah, Cowboy Bebop. That's the one with the corgi, right?
Yeah, with the corgi and yeah.
I know the ones, the classics, like from the 80s or 90s.
No, from the late 90s.
2000.
1998 to 2001.
Okay, bet.
Yep.
All right.
Israel, down the back here, just next to him. There's a lot of talk, obviously, about your kickboxing career. There was some talk about other, opponents of yours who've come in, other kickboxers who've come in. One kickboxer who hasn't decided to go down the MMA route, still very famous, almost as famous as you, Andrew Tate. Have you been surprised to see the route he's gone down? Did you know him when he was around the kickboxing world?
Not when he was kickboxing, no. There was just a time, maybe like a few months ago, before I got canceled. Can't cancel anyone. Yeah, he just started to pop up on my Instagram and on my YouTube, and I was just like, who the fuck's this guy? But then, listening to guys like Andrew Schultz talk about the smart system he did, I'm paraphrasing, but he paid people to like post or make pages about him and just flood the internet. If he created that marketing strategy, that's pretty, that's a genius way to get, because he was on everybody's page. I never really followed his career as a kickboxer, and I don't know what he's doing now.
Are you a fan of his? Like, you see his posts everyone sees his posts all over the place. Are you a fan of his? Would you train with him if you offered or anything like that? He's been around, Leon Edwards, other champions in the UFC.
Oh yeah, I saw him in Dubai. Yeah, people were going at Funk Master for that. And I was like, you can't hang out with people. What the fuck? I mean, if he shows respect, I show respect. I'm not a guy. I take things at face value. I've never met him in my life, so I have no anything with him. But some of his message I can understand people didn't like, but I've heard some of it, and I feel he delivers it in a different way. I like Jordan Peterson. He gets the same message across, but without the bravado. I like bravado. I like the style, but I think Jordan Peterson gets the same message across like Andrew Tate, but he gets it across in a different way. Yeah.
Israel, just down here. You said this weekend this is one that you have to win. Has this felt like a shadow kind of following you around? Do you feel like you're finally able to close that chapter now?
Oh, no, it was never following me around. Like, I guess, not in my world. I let this go a long time ago. But, yeah, like I said, the universe blesses you with an opportunity to rewrite history the way you want to rewrite it. So I will. And every fight's always the fight I have to win. Every fight. This one just has that extra little butter on it. That's why I'm like, oh, excuse me. Yeah.
And you mentioned briefly just earlier about kind of your legacy. But, when it's all said and done, how do you want to be remembered as a champion?
As a champion, I fought everybody. I never ducked nobody. I went up in weight. And, yeah, that's still going to happen later on as well. But I just want to be known as a guy who created emotion out of people when he fought, who never ducked anyone. I always called out the best guys, when no one wanted to fight him, when they were supposed to be fucking boogeyman. You're saying about this guy right now, he's the boogeyman. So I'm like, all right, bet. Boogie.
Thank you.
Israel over here.
What's up?
I just want to make a pop culture ode and see what you think about it. So, obviously everyone knows Drake. I'm not sure if everyone knows 40 Noah Shabib, but he's his producer.
I know 40, yeah.
So you know 40.
I think I might have met him at the embassy. I was drunk.
So I want to get your thoughts on how would you compare their relationship to you and Eugene's relationship, because Drake is in the forefront. He gets all the praise and 40's in the back, and they collaborate in silence, and Drake gets the the applaud from the public. So I just want to know how big of a impact
he's trying to walk away now, but Eugene gets shine. He gets shine all the time. You see him on Ariel.
Yeah.
He talks his shit. Yeah. He's out here, so I'm glad he's finally getting the shine he deserves, because for years, not just him, but New Zealand was under the radar. And then, Mark Hunt kind of like put us back on with his resurgence in MMA. And then Dan Hooker came in, UFC Auckland, the first one, and just said, this is our shit. And then he paved the way as well. And then, yeah, Oceania or Anzacs have now taken over the game, and we're going back to Perth, February. Yeah, I look forward to watching that. My boy Alex, become the double champ. I'm going to be in the crowd, drunk as fuck, and yelling obscenities at him. Yeah.
And one more, the energy for this fight, do you feel it's a dark energy? Is it
Yes.
it's a dark, okay.
For myself, but like I said, I can't be here right now because it's just a waste of energy. What's that gonna serve me? It's like, nah, when it's time to get dark, black as fuck. Yeah.
Izzy, one other thing.
Hands up, please. Oh yeah, there we go. Hey man, hey, what's up?
How are you, brother?
I'm very well. Good to see you again.
Yes, gotta keep following through here with this evolving story of yours. You were saying how you are a fan of Jordan Peterson. What has been one of your favorite takeaways from his lectures and what he talks about?
I posted one the other day that I already kind of knew from him. I learned from him, but I didn't like the way the interviewer was asking the question. Like, when you watch the whole interview in its entirety, he's trying to like almost clickbait him. He's like, oh, you're saying you should go ahead and beat women. He's like, I never said that. And I love the way he responds to critics as well. He never gets overly emotional. Like that guy from that documentary as well, What's a Woman? They never get overly emotional. They never get like rah, but they just calmly answer the question or get their point across and stump people. Like Jordan did that with this chick one time when she was talking about being offended. And the way they carry themselves, and she got stumped badly, and she was like, "Oh, you got me there." But the way this guy that he was interviewing, he just pretty much told him like, "Nah, learn to be dangerous, but learn how to control it." Because a lot of people try and say, "Oh, I'm a good person. Oh, I would never hurt a fly." And I see that too much in this life. People try and pretend like, but I'm like, nah, it's because you can't. You have no force. You actually have no force to hurt anyone. So you're forced to either manipulate or try and be a sly, cunning guy, you know? So if someone like myself or any of my boys out here with the CKB t-shirts on, we're dangerous men. But with martial arts, we've learned how to control it. Then there's virtue to our goodness. The fact that we don't... I haven't had a street fight in years. I get fucking proposed all the time. You know, people try, not lately these days, but it's just... I learned how to control myself. I don't need to hurt people because I get paid to hurt people. Google it.
And one last thing, Izzy, I remember you telling me the first time we spoke, what was it, 2020 maybe?
It was a good interview.
You said this was after Costa. You said it's personal, but you don't take it personally.
Duality. People never understand that. Like, even when I say this fight, it is personal, but there's no emotion in there. When you get in there, it's just, all right, let's work. It's skills. I'm not gonna try and scream in his face or mean mug him. He doesn't even speak English, so me talking to him means nothing. Just blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? Same with me. I mean, he can try and intimidate me, I think. Like, it's like, oh, cool, whatever. But when it's time, when we're in there, when he's locked in the octagon with me, it's a different story. And skills is what will pay the bills, and my power of will.
Is he back center here? Right here?
Yep.
You fought around the world, obviously, and you've fought in MSG before. Do you think there's a specific energy in MSG that's different from any other arena?
Yeah, every time. This is the second time now, and might be my last time, but I had to headline. I was like, I got a headline one time in MSG. And this camp has just been phenomenal. We've got 4, battle-tested soldiers from City Kickboxing. Yeah, and then we brought the whole squad as well, all our soldiers around, and it feels different. Like, I've never rolled deep before. We've never rolled deep. When it was just myself on this card, I told Eugene, like, I want soldiers only, maybe less than 8 people. But then Dan got added, Brad got added, Carlos got added, and I was like, all right, let's roll. So we've built a fortress of war out in the woods somewhere, and we just come to the city to take over real quick. We'll head back, and we'll come back again and do the same thing when it's Saturday night.
And you said you don't chase accolades, you just try to fight the best, and you have fought the best, and you've beaten the best. You pretty much cleared out the division once you get Pereira here. That's all pretty much the last of them. Are you going to continue to chase accolades by maybe going back up to 205 after this, or do you plan to lap the division again?
I'll lap the division again, and then I'll go back up at some point, just for my own. This is my own. I don't know, not ego, but like just my own. Yeah, maybe a little bit of ego, but yeah, just because I can do it. I see 205 niggas walking around, and I'm just like, huh. And everyone that sees me, first thing they say, oh my God, you're so bigger. You're much bigger than that's what she said. But still, hey, it is what it is.
And last one about MSG again. Some of the biggest names in the sport have headlined MSG. Does it
in history?
Exactly. And especially in the UFC too, they do this once a year and they pick the biggest guys. Does it mean something special to you that you were selected this year to be the headliner for MSG?
100%. Shout out to my friend Joanne. She's always you need to come back to Madison. You need to come back to Madison. She runs MSG, so she always like tell Dana put you on. I'm like, don't worry, it'll happen. But yeah, again, it comes to fruition. It happens.
How you doing, Izzy, over here? Stan the Man from Medicine the Man. So you've lapped the division. You've pretty much, nobody is even close to a title shot at 185. Everybody's like 2 or 3 fights away maybe. So do you maybe entertain non-title fights at 205?
Yeah, exactly what I mean. It doesn't have to be for the belt. Like right now, my other Paradigm guy, Jiri's got the belt. So let him do his thing. I just like testing myself. Again, there's heavyweight. I might just pick. I'm not saying I can beat every 205 guy or every fucking heavyweight, but they'll have problems with me. And yeah, there'll be times when, Eugene might say, take that guy out. And I'm like, who? What? All right, bet. And I'll take him out.
You know how once you fought a guy, you kind of share something weird with him. You fought Alex twice. Did you find yourself rooting for him when you watch his fights?
I never watched his fights.
You never seen any of them?
I only found out he was a double champ at Glory Hole like maybe sometime this week, and I was out sure. I know every time I fought, he watched.
And as far as interactions, you guys obviously fought. Did you guys ever have any interactions outside of fighting?
We don't like each other. Sometimes energies don't mix, and that's fine. I applaud you in life as well. Sometimes energies don't mix, and you just go where you're celebrated, don't go where you're tolerated. So with me and him, we don't like each other. After this, we won't like each other. When we're old men, we won't like each other. It's just how it is. Yeah.
Right here.
And do you have a after party of any kind planned?
Yeah. 52, Area 52, 54? Space 54. Shout out to Tim. I fucking fucked that up. What is it? Space 54? Yeah, Space 54. Come pull up. Have some shots with us. Yeah.
Right here, is
Thank you.
Right over here.
Hands up,
Right
please.
here, right here.
Oh, here we go.
Pereira was in here earlier, and I asked him, aside from himself, who did he think had the best striking skills in the UFC? And he said you. I was just wondering what your response to that was.
I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, he's great at what he does. Someone said something about lucky. I've never said he landed a lucky shot on me. Whenever I see people say even this guy landed a lucky shot, there's no luck. There's a little tiny element of luck, but nah, when you set someone up and you want to punch them in the face and you punch them in the face, you're meant to do that shit. So I've always given him his respect. And again, when it's time, he'll give me my respect. He'll be forced to. Easy. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Izzy. Everyone else is. Why waste your time?
You want me to go, Jose? You good, Kay? Hey, Dan. Right here.
Chrissy, you made it over, bud. You put me after the big fella, eh? Everyone's like, oh.
Dan, how much better does it feel right now, a couple days out from weigh-ins, than it did the last time in London?
World's changed. So it's not like anything. It's not the weight or anything like that. It's just everything's changed. Going over there, you know, I travelled to London by myself, and now with 40, 50 guys standing outside. So it's a whole different playing field.
Does it feel like, what's the difference in the mentality there when you have so many people you're close to? I'm sure the comfort level is just worlds apart, right?
Yeah, it's not like they just showed up at the end. These are guys that we've been grinding in the gym with day in, day out for the last, you know, I haven't had a day off for 2.5 months. So it's like, these are guys I've been with the whole time. So we've just taken whatever was there, and it's not like I feel like I've gone away. All of these guys that have been there the whole time have come over with me. And you can just, so it's just business as usual. The energy that we've been feeling for the last few months, we've carried over to New York.
And the last couple of years, as you kind of alluded to, being a bit of a crapshoot, you know, with just everything that's going on. So do you come in here just like dismissing everything that's happened, you know, in the recent fights and just say, this is going to be my proper version of myself going into this fight?
Definitely don't dismiss any of that. I definitely feel like I learnt from all of those things. Said it before, these are not mistakes that, you know, these are holes in my game that have been there the whole time, but they've been covered up by incredible coaching and incredible preparation, being surrounded by the best team in the world. So when you take that away, these are like flaws in my game that were shown. So now to have processed those kind of things, fixed those holes, improved myself as a fighter and a martial artist, and then to reintroduce incredible coaching, to reintroduce phenomenal preparation back into it, and I feel so much better as a fighter because of those challenging circumstances.
Do you feel like the matchup with Claudio is kind of a good test to see how far you've come as far as some of those holes that you feel like have been fixed a bit?
1,000%. I feel like this is the perfect fight. This is the right fight. You know, after a couple of losses, questions start to get asked by people. You know, does he belong here? Does he belong there? So I'm happy to answer them. This is a young, hungry kid on a good streak, a lot of finishes. This is a good test to prove where I belong in the division, to prove that, you know, I stand my ground. These are the guys I should be competing against. So I'm more than happy to take on Claudio.
And last thing from me, when you fight like a leg lock guy, knee bar guy, kind of like him, who's got a bit of a specialty in that regard, how do you kind of go through the steps of those positions? Because we know with submissions like that, you know, it's the snap of a fingers from you may feel you're okay to your knee's gone or something like that. So how do you kind of navigate that and how you work through those positions if it happens to get there?
Yeah, that all comes down to preparation. That all comes down to the training and preparing for those things. Those are positions that I've obviously run through in the gym a few times and repeatedly. So yeah, I'm more than happy with how preparation went, and I'm more than comfortable regardless of where the fight goes.
Dan, over here. Claudio was in here earlier, and he said that given that he's had all the success with the knee bars recently, that this is the point in his career that he might have to change some stuff up because now people are expecting it and they'll look for it. So have you prepared for maybe him coming out differently in this fight at all, knowing that he knows you know that what's coming?
It's like a weird talk. He knows that you know that I know that we know. It's yeah, of course I'm not going to think that he only has that. He's you know, he's looking better and better on the feet. He's a well-rounded fighter, and you reach a certain level where you have to show the depth in your game. You can't just, like, everyone's a killer on the come up. That's just a fact. But once you get to that top 5, top 10, like, that's where the difficulty lies, and staying consistently at that level for a longer period of time. Like, that's where you need that depth and experience within your game.
And Brad's also fighting someone that's a high-level grappler too. Did you do anything specifically together in camp to prepare? Because you're like, Izzy's fighting a striker, you guys are fighting grapplers essentially.
I would say, you know, Claudio and Brad's opponent are two very different styles of fighter. So yeah, we've got, like, that's the beauty of being from our gym, that we've got, you know, hundreds of people to choose from, that we can, my coaches can select the right people for the right thing. So it's not like, definitely been pushing hard with Brad in the gym every single day, but it's not, different opponents.
And finally, I've been asking all the fighters at Media Day, this might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of Frankie coming up, and did you have any favorite memories of Frankie Edgar?
Yeah, big fan of Frankie. I feel like, I feel it's a special moment to be a part of, that we get to witness his final fight in, New York, close to home for him.
Dan, after a training camp like this, do you think to yourself, man, I've reached the pinnacle of what I can be, this training camp was so hard, I got through it, I'm here? Or do you go through a camp like this and think, well, if I can do it this time, I can improve on it, and I can see there's still room for growth even though I'm operating at such a high level?
Oh, you always need that room for growth. The second that you reach a position that you say to yourself that this is it, this is as good as I'm getting, that's only leads to decline. That's a constant mentality. No matter who you are, you need to strive, and it's what our coaches demand from us. They don't strive a good performance. They don't strive a great performance. They demand a perfect performance. That's the only thing that's going to make them happy. So that goal of perfection needs to constantly be there.
Obviously, this camp has been what it is, and you guys are in the environment you're in. Is it like only now can you truly appreciate how crazy hard you had it the past 12 months or whatever during the pandemic, and how hard it was for you to train with the cops and everything?
Yeah. That's pretty much how it went down. Yeah. I think we all took it for granted. Everyone in the world took how we were living for granted. And especially me, I thought the gym would always be there. I thought, my coaches would always be there. I thought my training partners would always be there. And then to have those restrictions in place that take them away makes you truly appreciate how important and how integral those people are to my success. So that's why I've just invested so much, and I know how important all of these people that are around me. Like everyone here, there's a lot of people, but no one's here for no reason. These are all guys that have sacrificed time away from their families and put their bodies on the line to help me prepare for my goal. So that's why I'm so focused on doing a good job.
Dan over here. This card is absolutely loaded from the first fight of the night all the way to the main event. You're opening up the main card, the pay-per-view card. What does that say, how the UFC views you?
Yeah, like the UFC's consistently given me exciting fights throughout my whole career. From my debut till now, I've consistently got great fights and exciting matchups, and that's just, I bring exciting fights to the table.
You just talked about all the crew here, the team. Right before you, Brad Riddell's fighting. How hard is it for you to, prepare yourself, get ready for your fight, while also kind of root on your teammate?
Yeah, I'm experienced enough that I can kind of put that in a box. I can, take that away. Regardless of his success, I'll be able to stay focused. I know he's going to do incredibly well, but I can, it's the benefit of doing this for so long that you can stay quite emotionally cold and laser focused on your own mission.
You recently fought Arnold Allen. He's rising up the rankings, possibly next for a title shot. Your teammate is the champion, Alex Volkanovski, in that division. How do you feel about a matchup between those two?
Yeah, that's a good fighter. I feel like Volk's next fight will be the Makhachev fight, but once that kind of picture gets sorted out, that's another top contender. Like these guys need to, put on impressive performances and get the champs some more fights.
Dan, just over here to your right. Back in 2014 when you debuted, I think only James Tahuna and Mark Hunt were doing things in the UFC from New Zealand.
Dylan Andrews.
Oh, Dylan Andrews as well, there you go. Now 4 guys fighting at Madison Square Garden. Do you ever get a chance to reflect on just how far the sport's come down our way during your career?
Yeah, that's something that's very special. That's a special thing to see how far the sport has come, and I appreciate it as a fan. when I first started following the sport, there was no one, from New Zealand competing in the UFC. So when I first started seeing James DeHuna got a UFC contract, Mark Hunt got a UFC contract, that kind of flicked the switch on me that, oh man, it is possible. So that's when I started, and then to get the UFC brought home to New Zealand, that's why I nagged so much to be a part of that card, because I wanted to, represent New Zealand inside that octagon.
Now you got 40 guys out here staying out at a mansion in New Jersey. Just did you ever think it would get to this position where you've got so many?
Yeah,
guys?
the boys are getting pretty spoiled. If I'm being honest, we had the other day, we were at the gym training, and then a message came through that there was going to be a celebrity. There's going to be a celebrity back home. So then the whispers start going around. The boys start buzzing. We're going, who's it going to be? Who's it coming? I think it's going to be Drake. I think Drake's going to come. Oh, no, I think it's going to be 50 Cent. I think 50 Cent. One of the boys reckons, The Rock's going to come cook us pancakes. I reckon it's going to be The Rock cook us pancakes. Mariah Carey's coming. The boys are getting steamed up. Anyway, they go, you guys hang back, and then Israel will come in and meet the celebrity, and you guys will stay back. We get there, the boys go rolling in. Frankie gets to the front and goes, "Where's the celebrity?" We look, and there's that bloke standing there with the picture. I saw the Instagram going up, and he I can't remember his name. He did the art. I walk in behind him and go, "It's just a picture." I was like, where is it? But I was thinking later that night, how spoiled are the boys that we thought The Rock was going to come in and cook us breakfast. That's how sport we are. We're doing well. We're doing well. Mansion life's good.
Hey Dan, over here. Just to piggyback on that, how big is teamwork in this camp? Over here, yeah.
I was searching.
Nice jacket, by the way, man. Looks toasty.
I'm going hunting.
Yeah. So how big is teamwork? Because your last fight, you kind of went on not on your own, but you talked and said you were doing your own thing, kind of going against the advice of your coaches. So how's it feel now? Do you feel like everyone's in sync, and do you feel like you're in sync with everyone else?
Oh, I definitely feel like everyone's in sync. This camp, I'm sure Israel has spoken about it. We reached a new level, and that can only come by being in it together and all pushing each other in that same direction.
That's pretty much all I had, man.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Dan, back center here. Right here.
Gotcha.
How relieving does it feel to not have to cut that extra 10 pounds to go down to featherweight anymore?
I must be a bit mad because I can convince my body, my mind is so much stronger than my body. I can convince it that something's easy if I if I do the right thing. So if you put me on a lie detector at the time, how do you feel? I will tell you I feel the best in the world. You know what I mean? When it comes this close to the fight, it's such a mental game, and you need that such strong mental fortitude that you can just blindly have it. So this close to a fight, I could be walking down the street and get hit by a car and break my arm. I'm still gonna tell you that I feel incredible, but I actually do feel incredible this time. But just mind over matter. Everything you can convince yourself, anything's easy.
Thanks, Dan.
Right here, Dan. How you doing? Stan the Man from Medicine the Man. Did you do anything different to prepare for this fight? The last two fights didn't go your way, and now you have a specialist. Did you adjust your training at all?
Scooby was helping me out. He's a leg locker at the gym, and he's been in camp with me, helping me out. So it's something that's definitely been ticked off and accounted for.
Okay, and now I heard you mention before that Volkanovski's probably going to be fighting Islam next. Most likely you've shared the ring with Islam, you got ready for a fight versus Islam, and you've also spent a lot of time training with Volkanovski. What could you give us maybe that you've seen from Volkanovski that might give him, the ability to overcome Islam?
Yeah, that's a hard man to hold on the deck. He's a very, very stocky young man, and I don't see him getting held down. That's just one thing. I've never seen it, and I don't anticipate it happening. So I essentially think it's going to be a striking fight. So everyone can decide how they think that one's going to play out.
And then even this card is kind of loaded with a lot of people that have kind of cross-trained with the Hickman brothers a little bit. So I asked Weili I like to stir the pot a little bit between the brothers. Which one's your favorite, Franco or George?
My favorite Hickman brother, I'm leaving, brother. I'm leaving.
Gun to your head, you got to choose.
I'll take the bullet.
Thank you.
Beauty, thanks.
I have the men's belt. One of the PR. Yeah, she grabbed the female belt. Natural. Should see it when it's shining. Hey, does Nami know you're grabbing that? Yeah. Okay. Getting a total of 22. Yeah. What's that? When they leave them in my possession, I am, yeah. When they decide to trust me with them, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Brad, we're obviously only a few days away from a very exciting fight here at Madison Square Garden. So I'm curious, what are the emotions now that the hard part of camp is done, and at this point, it's just media and cutting weighted at this point?
Yeah, like I always like Wednesday because it's like distracting, right? It's like one of the harder days of the cut, but obviously I get to talk to all you guys and wander around for the day, so it like chops the day up nice, man. It's good.
And when they came to you with Moicano, was this a name that excited you?
Yeah, pumped as. The guy is good at everything, right? Good striker, good grappler. He's a veteran. Yeah, I'm super excited. Like I watch that guy fight, and every time he comes and obviously he's not lacking any heart taking that last fight on short notice. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a barn burner.
Well, you touched upon a few things I want to talk about. Like, I don't think Moicano has many, if any, knockouts in his career. He has a lot of submission wins, but not a whole lot of knockouts. So how dangerous is his striking when you watch tape on him?
It's always dangerous. I think anybody's dangerous with those tiny gloves on. I don't know. He doesn't have any knockouts, but like he can finish people with his submissions, and yeah, like that doesn't really change my mentality about him at all.
When you were watching that fight against RDA that he took on short notice, and did you think that like maybe he took too much damage in that fight? A lot of people watching that said the ref should have stopped it earlier.
Yeah, I definitely think it could have been stopped earlier, but I mean, kudos to that guy for getting in there and doing that on such short notice and putting on a performance and going like the 5 rounds, you know, like nothing can be taken away from his heart.
And finally, I've been asking all the fighters this at Media Day. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of his coming up?
Massive. I just saw him and wanted to stop, but like I was obviously on the way here. But yeah, I'm super excited to see him, and like what a place to if this is his last fight, what a place to finish it.
And then one more. I know obviously you're siding with your teammate Israel in the main event, but how do you think he gets it done against Oxford?
I think if you look at history with Israel, every person that hasn't really given him shit or given him grief at any point has sort of gone to a decision. But every time that somebody's picked at him and really rocked him up and pissed him off, he's sort of rolled through them. So obviously Pereira has a special place in Izzy's heart, and I think Izzy's going to finish him.
Brad, just over to your right.
Yep.
You spent some time over at Bangtao in this camp. What was the deciding factor behind that?
I just went over to see the boys and see how the new gym was going, and I really liked it. There was some awesome training there, so I decided to extend a little bit longer, and came home and finished the camp off in New Zealand.
What have been the main things you've taken away from those last 2 performances? Obviously, they didn't go your way, but...
Man, it's just part of the game. What I took away from it, that it sucks. Like, losing obviously sucks, but it's just the way of the world sometimes. Sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail.
Has there been anything different about the way this camp's gone at CKB? I know a lot of the boys have been talking about just how intense it has been.
Yeah, it was. I walked back into that. So I walked back into a pretty intense training regime from Thailand. The boys have been in it for a few more weeks than me. And it was hard work, a lot of hard work, a lot of long sessions, and a lot of long weeks.
You've Brad, right in front of you, kind of straight to your right. You've been in a fair share of wars in the UFC thus far. Do you feel like Moicano is going to kind of continue that trend? Should fans expect a banger here?
I don't want it to be. Yeah, like I've been in a war every single time so far. I guess that's like the people that I keep getting matched up with, right? They're very durable, very skillful, and I've got another one. So, you know, high possibility, but hopefully not.
Well, I mean, when they offer you, coming off 2 losses, when they offer you another guy that you know you're going to have to go through that with, is there any like hesitation to be like, maybe we'll wait for something a little more favorable?
No, not really. I feel like if you're in the UFC and you're looking for favorable fights, so with someone below your skill level, I don't think it's the place for you. And I don't think that, obviously I had 2 losses, but I don't think they're a portrayal of like my skill level going down at all. You know, the fight with Rafa was a very, very good fight until I made a mistake at the end. And then the last one, I got rushed and got caught off guard, and it's just 2 mistakes, right? I didn't get run through at all. Like, it wasn't like a long fight and just got outclassed the entire time. I just, not taking anything away from those guys. It was like, I made mistakes and paid for them. So I'm 100% confident.
Yeah, and any extra added pressure coming in on a skid, or do you feel like, you know, the efforts that you've always put out and the excitement factor, like, you know, do you feel like you're I don't know, is the pressure alleviated at all by what you just talked about?
I don't feel any pressure. I feel a lot of excitement. I mean, my first time in New York and the first time I ever get to come here, I get a fight at Madison Square Garden against like an awesome opponent. So I got like a massive group of mates here that get to come and watch it as well. So yeah, man, it's an awesome build-up.
Brad, right here. Obviously, you're a lightweight. Your teammate, Alex Volkanovski, is talking about moving up to 155, fighting for a title. I'm sure you expect him to win the title. Does that complicate things for you?
Not particularly. I think I'm out of the rankings now, so and like I'm a realist. I'm quite a wee way away from having a crack at that belt. So whether or not if he still had it when I got up there, I obviously would not fight him. But yeah, like I really hope he gets it. Like I think that's awesome. Everybody in this career in the sport wants to do something unique. He's already the pound for pound, and now he's going to do something like, add a little bit more to that X factor and go for champ status. So get it, go after it.
Right over here, Brad.
Yeah.
How you doing? Stan the Man from Medicine the Man. So I know the gentleman in the front said that you were training at Bang Tao with the Hickman brothers. If you can, just explain what it's like training with them. Maybe you could tell me which one of them is your favorite between the two. And then also, what's it like training in Thailand versus training in New Zealand?
All right. That's awkward because one of them's in the room. Nah. I love them both. They're sweet as. The boys at Bang Tao are guys that I grew up with in Thailand in my adolescence, and they've moved on and opened this sick-ass gym, and the training there is good, just like it is in New Zealand. There's like a massive range of coaching skill and knowledge. Like the Hickman brothers wrestling goes deep. Alex's jiu-jitsu is very deep. There's great strength and conditioning. Obviously, there's a ton of Muay Thai. Sometimes it's nice to change things up, and I changed up for a little bit and then came home and finished it off with the killers that I've always been with. And what was the other part of the question?
Pretty much what's it like training in New Zealand versus training in...
Yeah, like
what was the differences basically?
It's very similar in quality. New Zealand's just got a lot of volume, and especially for this fight camp, it was a lot of volume. And I don't have a favorite Hickman. I just have a favorite Hickman different days of the week.
Yeah. Okay, and then so your first time in New York?
First time.
Do you have any touristy things on the list to do, or are you just fully focused on the fight?
Yeah, so I'm going to stay a few days after the fight, and my partner spent a lot of time living here, so I'll get that touristy stuff done after the work's done.
What do you got in mind?
Oh man, I have to do all the basic stuff, all the cliche stuff like Statue of Liberty, Empire State. I'll just get it all done, man. I got a few days, so I'll cram it full.
Okay. And then do you have any partying planned for after the victory?
Yeah, we have an after party that we're going to. Supposed to go to.
At Izzy's after party.
Yeah, but we'll see. Not like a massive party, but I'll probably get dragged there by everybody else. But, yeah.
Thank you.
So they can see the event, basically. Well, yeah, so you have, these are the two title fights. Oh, those are the two title fights. I got it. Yeah, so Esparza is the champ, and so is Adesanya.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm guessing you didn't either, too.
I didn't,
Right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know anything.
loves you guys.
over here. We're obviously only a few days removed from one of the bigger fights, I assume, of your career here in Madison Square Garden. So what are the emotions now that the hard part of fight camp is in behind you, and now it's just cutting weight in media?
It's a relief. I'm excited to fight. Definitely eager to fight. I mean, this is my dream. Like, I prayed to fight here. I prayed for the day that I'd be able to fight at MSG. Like, that's the epicenter. New York's the epicenter of the world, and I had been to the fights here. I was at Garbrandt Dillashaw, and man, the place is electric. It gets crazy, and I've always dreamed of fighting here.
Well, Julio Arce was in here, and Michael Chandler. They had obviously had multiple fights in this venue, and they said it just feels differently because the place shakes and the crowd is just. Michael Chandler's phrase was, "It makes you want to fight a specific way." So have you like mentally prepared at all for just like how loud and just chaotic will be in there when you fight?
So like I try to like visualize it, but I mean I don't think you can ever really prepare. You can try, but yeah. So yeah, man. Like when so Garbrandt dropped TJ at the end of the first, and then everyone was chanting. It was just like insane. And then TJ came out and dropped, and like that place went crazy. And it was so. I just can't explain it, man. Like the place was so electric. Like the arena was so crazy. So I that's what I want. You know what I mean? Like that's really I want those moments. Like that's why I got into fighting.
And you're obviously following Wellington Turman here. When that name came across, were you excited about that matchup, or was it just I want to fight at MSG, I'll fight whoever?
I as long as MSG, that's what I wanted. I asked for that, and I sacrificed a lot. I've really wanted to be on this card.
Then we've always heard between wrestlers and jiu-jitsu practitioners, there's some sort of like unspoken rivalry between two grappling bases. How accurate is that between wrestling and jiu-jitsu players?
Like for the contest to see who the best grapplers are, yeah. I mean, I think the wrestlers usually win that. It's pretty fair to say.
And then in your last fight, you made it a point of pride at the end when you finished Nick. Like I finished him on the ground, where he said I out-grappled him. Is that still the game plan against Wellington, who does have a high level he is a black belt? Like, do you want to test yourself?
Yeah, I just want to keep making the same argument. Like, I'm the best grappler in this division, and I'm going to go out and continuously prove it. I showed it with Maximov. I showed it with the Anders grappling match. Like, I'm just going to continue to go out and show it. And another Brazilian black belt is another notch on my belt.
And unrelated to this fight, I've been asking everyone in media day this might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of his coming up? Did you have any favorite memories of Frankie?
I mean, come on. How could you not be a fan of Frankie Edgar? It's crazy, like, just seeing him, like, he was the champ at 55, like, and now he's at 35. It's just crazy. But, yeah, I went up to Catone's to spar a little bit for this camp. So, I had ran into him, and I'm a big fan. So, yeah.
And finally, do you have a prediction for the main event? How you see that playing out?
I think Adesanya can pull it off.
Andre over here in the middle. You've won 3 fights in a row. 3 fights in the UFC. You got all wins by stoppage. Like, how far do you think to a ranked opponent?
If not next, the one after. Yeah, I would say we're a fight or 2 away.
Yeah. Talk to me about your team for a second. Henzo Gracie Philly, Daniel Gracie Philly. I mean, it's like the hottest team going right now. I mean, I know if I say what's the reason for success, you're going to say hard work, but there's got to be something else. Like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, I think it's for the first time, like, people are coming to Philly to train, to pursue a career in martial arts. In the past, Eddie Alvarez and Paul Felder, like, those guys paved the way, but they all kind of left, Paul went to Rufus Sport in Milwaukee, and Eddie went down to Florida. Like, these guys had to leave their families and go relocate. But for the first time, we're seeing, like, guys are like, oh, I don't have to leave my family. Like, I can stay in Philly and then be with my family and train and get the work that's needed. So just I'm honored to be a part of that first wave of Philly fighters that are staying and being like, no, this is my home. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to build here. I'm going to build a legacy here in my town where there's so much history of good fighters.
How about a prediction for your own fight?
I have a 100% finish rate for a reason, and I look to continue it.
Good luck to you.
Andre, in the back middle here. including grappling, mixing up grappling and MMA. Your last 5 fights, including this one, was MMA, grappling, back to MMA now. Do you have to change your whole training regimen to flip between 2 different sports here, or do you kind of just keep it consistent?
Yeah, I mean, grappling's a little bit more lackadaisical, I guess. You know, I'm not like killing myself to get ready for a grappling match. It's fun, you know. I get to focus on working on new things and just getting better and enjoying the process. Whereas a fight is like, you know, we're going there to fight. I'm going there to kill someone. So it's a little bit of a different mindset, but it's competition.
Thank you.
Andre, one more.
Yes, sir.
How intrigued are you by the addition of Bo Nickel to this division? Who you said you consider yourself the best grappler, and a lot of people think you can already compete in the top 10.
I mean, I've called him out so many times. We tried to get him twice. I didn't expect him to fight me, but I thought that he would at least grapple me. And you know, I have a lot more experience in martial arts than he does. So, but you know, if he's gonna sit there and say, "Oh, I'm the best," there's no one has 10% of my like. All right, then show it. Like, grapple me then. Like, so I continue to call him out, and he just continues to say no. So, yeah, at this point, it is what it is. You know.
Do you think that's a fight that eventually, like maybe not now, but down the road, you could build that up to just be a bigger deal than it is if you had fought?
100%, 100%. As I continue to prove my argument that I'm the best grappler, he's not going to be able to deny it anymore, or else he's going to have to shut up and be like, "All right, I can't say this shit no more. Can't stand up here and speak fucking gibberish." Thanks, guys.
Hey, Dustin.
What's up, brother? Good to see you.
You too. How are you doing?
Great, man.
So obviously the longest layoff of your career coming into this fight, 11 months. Just how frustrating is it being? Exciting to be back? Just the emotions of the last 11 months since the title fight.
Since the title fight at the beginning, I was a little frustrated trying to get a fight, you know, and then life happens and you get busy. You know, I have a lot of things that I'm involved with and a lot of fighters I work with back home in Louisiana. So I was in the gym helping them, you know, learning. Like I said, the first couple months I was getting aggravated with the weight, with not hearing anything, and then things just kind of fell into place.
Yeah, and I had the chance to speak with Mike Brown recently, and he said he's never seen you so motivated and you know, just in such a good place with the improvements you made. Where do you think that comes from? Because you know, you could the emotion you had after the fight with Oliveira, it seemed like maybe you were at a crossroads of whether you wanted to keep doing this. So how did you find that motivation within yourself?
Yeah, immediately after the fight, you know, I was just heartbroken. But fighting is what I do. But I'm always motivated. This one, I'm just very focused.
Is that something just about the matchup, the opponent, or is this all kind of about you in this moment?
It's all about me. Yeah, it has nothing to do with anybody outside of that, you know, any opponent or circumstance or anything.
Yeah, you like the fact that you get to kind of show you can bounce back again, though, right, from a tough moment? It seems like you've talked about that a fair bit.
For sure, yeah, every time. Bouncing back, righting the ship, all those things are very important.
And we had Michael in here earlier, and I've heard him say in some other interviews that he said he thinks you're the best boxer in the UFC, but he also said he thinks that in some ways you're maybe not the most complicated puzzle. What would you kind of say to that and that assessment of your game?
It is what it is. I mean, I think I do a lot of things very well.
And some big news today, you're the official hot sauce sponsor of the UFC. How long has this been in the works, and what was kind of your reaction to that being dropped during your fight week?
We planned to announce it during fight week, but it's been in the works for months. You know, it was a long process with my hot sauce team and the UFC's team, but we got it all done, and I'm happy to announce it. I'm happy to make it official.
Yeah, what can that kind of do for, you know, the brand and just everything that, you know, may come out of that financially, exposure-wise, everything like that?
We'll see how much exposure we get from it, but it's great. You know, I think the sauce being launched in my fighting career, a career that I fought, you know, majority of it in the UFC, having this product that was kind of developed during that time, it's just a cool relationship to have and to be the official sponsor now.
And just last thing for me, you know, since the last fight, there has been a title change. We obviously have Makhachev now. When you have, you know, Oliveira as the champ, maybe the road to getting back there isn't as clear, but you being a fresh contender to Islam, does that, you know, give you any extra drive or motivation or maybe a clearer idea of what this fight means in the overall scheme of your career?
Nothing's ever clear in this sport, man, especially in the lightweight division. But it definitely opens up doors. You know, there's new opportunities. Different fights make sense now. New opponents, you know, we'll see. But none of that matters until Saturday night.
Dustin over here. You've been in the UFC for a long time. You faced so many top contenders. Some fights it's done not personal. Some fights it seems personal. I could be wrong, but this fight seems like it's on the personal side. If so, why?
Every fight is a bit personal to me. You know, we're gonna go in there and try to hurt each other. That's every fight. But it's just business. It's just business as always.
Does Michael bring anything to the cage that you haven't seen before?
Nothing that I haven't seen, but he does a few things very well. You know, he's very athletic, very explosive, covers distance well, throws big power, can wrestle well, and has a lot of high-level experience, you know.
Michael talked about he thinks the winner of this fight probably gets a title shot, but we had Alex Volkanovski here. You know, he's moving up. What are your thoughts about him in the division?
We'll see. We'll see how he fills out and how he stacks up against guys at lightweight. I know he gets heavy or was heavy in his past, but I'm not sure. We'll see when he starts competing. He's a hell of a fighter for sure.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Dustin, what is your opinion on Michael at the moment? Obviously, you guys had that run-in by the cage a while back, and it looks a bit fractious, obviously. But how do you feel about him now? I know you guys had that sort of split-screen interview with DC. Have you calmed down towards him, or are you still sort of feeling like, you know, he's come into the promotion a little bit ahead of himself?
I mean, he's definitely had a great career and beat some really high-level guys. I don't know if he's ahead of himself, but that whole thing was about just him. I thought he was a little fake in some interviews and stuff like that. That's what that whole thing was about.
Do you think that's something that could maybe not like could get squashed after this fight? Like you have the fight, you win the fight, and then those issues go away, or are they still going to be there and you just have your personal opinion on him?
Yeah, I honestly don't know him personally. I just know him from experience. Of had run-ins with him in small conversations at different events, and then I see interviews he does and asks about me, or things that just are different. But we'll see. You know, I'll shake his hand for sure, but.
I know that fight with Nate Diaz was one you wanted for ages, and they kind of sort of teased you with it, and then it kept sort of disappearing. Now he's left the UFC. Is that going to be a regret that you never did, or did his fight against Tony sort of make you think, you know what, that's a fight I didn't really need?
No, I've always wanted to fight Nate. You know, we tried to make it happen a few times. You know, it always fell apart. It sucks that he's gone now, and I won't get that chance to fight him. But it is what it is. Sport moves on.
Dustin, back center here. Right here?
Yep.
This is going to be your first fight in 5 years that wasn't scheduled to be 5 rounds. Have you trained any differently, knowing that you only have 15 minutes max to do this?
No, I trained the exact same way as I did for all those 5-round fights. Whenever I'm peaking and in the best condition I can get myself in, I'm ready to fight however many rounds there are. I train the same way in preparation.
And it being 3 rounds, do you think that benefits you or him more?
I think it benefits him, for sure. I wanted it to be 5.
And last one, I mean, lightweight's always been extremely stacked. Now you have Benel Dariush on a win streak. You have Charles Oliveira still in the picture. Now Volkanovski moving up to fight for the title. After this win, what do you think pushes you in the forefront to earn a title shot next?
I'm not sure. Whatever the next contender is, I have no clue. You know, the landscape's always changing. But first things first, I have to get my hand raised Saturday night.
Dustin here at the back.
Just 2 quick ones in the front, right here. Actually, Dustin, right here. Unrelated to your fight, but I've been asking everyone at Media Day this. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. You've obviously been fighting for a long time. He's one of the few fighters on this roster fighting longer than you. So were you a fan of his your whole career, and do you have any memories of Frankie throughout his
Of course. I've been a big fan of Frankie for a long time. Had a great opportunity years ago to go out to Tom's River and train with him when he was preparing for Ben Henderson, be a sparring partner, and watch the way he works. And it was awesome. It was a good time in my career to go through that with him. But when I made my UFC debut, he was main eventing in MGM Grand in Las Vegas. It's just crazy, man. Time flies.
And then, do you have any thoughts on the main event between Izzy and Alex Pereira?
I'm excited for that, man. I don't know which way that one's going to go. I'm excited to see how it unfolds.
Dustin here at the back. Oh, sorry, no, you go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just quickly. Michael said that he's expecting this to be a slugfest. Do you see that's how it's going to go down?
If it does, I'm going to clean him up. He knows deep down he doesn't want to do that.
And of course, your last fight, you came up short against Charles Oliveira. What was your reaction to him losing the title to Islam?
I was surprised. I didn't have a dog in the fight, but I thought Charles was going to get it done. But congrats to Islam. He's a world champ.
And what's your opinion about him as a champion, obviously being top of the division now?
Tough guy, on a streak. Looks like he's putting everything together, doing everything right. What bad can I say about him?
And in terms of how you would match up against him, how would you see that going down?
I'm not sure. Saturday's first things first, and then we'll start looking at matchups.
Thank you.
Dustin here at the back. Obviously, a lot of your career has been linked to Conor McGregor, and there's talks maybe he won't come back. People are concerned about him bulking up. He certainly won't be back at lightweight anytime soon. Do you believe that by the time you hang up your gloves, you will have had a 4th fight with him?
I'm not sure, man. You never know in this sport. I don't know if like you said, if he's coming back. What weight class? I'm not sure. I never say never, but it's not looking like it in the near future.
Is welterweight something that interests you? And particularly, if he does decide to come back, I would think that he would be someone high up on your list of people you'd want to get in there with again.
We'll see. I mean, I fought him 3 times. I'm trying to get to the title,
Thank you.
Over here, Dustin. What's up, man?
What's up?
How long did it take for you to pick up the pieces? Because you said your heart was broken after the last title fight. So what was like that journey for you?
Just getting back home, after a long training camp, getting back home. Time heals all. Just getting back in the gym, one step at a time, having fun with it again. focus on what matters in my life and reasons that I'm fighting and things like that. It's just been a long process.
So kind of just like reassessing your mentality.
Yeah.
And also, can you tell us if the Good Fight Foundation got anything going on for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, thanks for asking. We're doing 500 family meal pickups, so a full meal for families with a tin to put it, like to bake it all in. Hams, bread rolls, greens, a few sides. It's going to be 500 first come, first serve. And we're also doing a women and children's shelter in Lafayette, Louisiana. We're doing presents for all the children there for Christmas morning. So it's kind of a dual goal that we set. Yeah, those kids should wake up and have presents to open.
It's great work, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dustin, right here. In your career, you've never lost 2 in a row. Coming off a loss and going into this fight, is that something that you think about?
It's something that's in the back of my head. You know, I'd love to keep that trend going, obviously, and bounce back and show that I can overcome and improve. And I think even after wins, I've come in and shown new wrinkles in the game and improvements. But this is just another one of those moments where I can show growth and show my dedication to the sport by putting on a good performance.
Perfect. And you know, you've had a lot of big moments in your career, especially over the past couple of years, the wins over McGregor, a lot of big moments. At this point, after all of that, is there anything in the octagon professionally you think that could top that?
Become an undisputed world champion. You know, it's the highest of the high. That can top all of those.
Thank you.
Hi, Dustin, over here in the back. You have one of the best walkout songs in the business with The Boss by James Brown. What other songs do you listen to during fight camp? What gets you up in the morning?
I listen to a lot of, you know, funky old school stuff, James Brown, Rick James, but I also listen to a lot of hip hop during training camp. What's up? Somebody said something?
Yeah, I got something for you.
What's up?
How you doing? Stan the Man from Menace and the Man. So you're one of the most successful lightweights in UFC history. You've been in there with Khabib, who some might say is the GOAT. We talked about Frankie Edgar, who some people think is the best. Who's the greatest lightweight of all time, according to Dustin Poirier?
Man, that's a tough one because the legacy goes back so far. Of all time, I mean, most dominating has to be Khabib, right? But what gets me mad is we don't even bring up Yves Edwards' name when we talk about the best lightweights of all time. You know, he was uncrowned lightweight champion of the world when he beat Josh Thompson. That highlight we see every show opening of him having his back and turning away with that head kick. That was the championship. You know, I think his name should be brought up in these conversations.
Oh, for sure. And then, so speaking of Yves, what are the chances? Like, did you game plan? Are you expecting Chandler to take this fight to the ground? Are we going to see some thug jitsu from you on Saturday?
From the moment that bell rings, it's thug jitsu all day, every fight. No matter if we kickbox, fight in the parking lot, do jiu-jitsu or wrestle. Every time that bell rings, it's thug jitsu. And Yves is a good buddy of mine. He actually came down to Louisiana before training camp started, and we got some rounds in and stuff. He's out in Texas helping young fighters and still growing the thug jitsu community, man.
Yes, I love Yves. I spent the whole UFC Long Island with Yves.
Yeah, he's a man.
Yeah, speaks very highly of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. See you at the top.
Renato over here.
What's up?
What's up, man? Obviously, we're only a few days away from a massive fight here in Madison Square Garden. So now that the hard part of training camp is behind you and it's just weight cut and media at this point, what are the emotions ahead of this fight against Brad?
I'm feeling really good. The emotions are always good, and I'm really happy to be here in New York, and especially to fight in MSG. You know, is a place that all the great fighters fought, and I feel like I'm really excited for the fight.
Was fighting in Madison Square Garden a goal that you had like throughout your whole career, or is this like a recent thing?
No, like I was not even thinking about that. It was impossible. I'm from Brazil. We don't like. To me, it's a dream to be in UFC. So being in UFC and fighting in New York, Madison Square Garden, it's crazy. It's just unreal, bro.
And looking at your opponent, Brad Riddell, he was in here earlier, and he said he got excited when your name was offered to him because you're not in boring fights. You present a lot of challenges. So what do you make of Brad as an opponent?
Man, he's a stud. He's a great fighter, a great kickboxer, you know. But in the end of the day, I have to punch him first, you know. And I have only good things to say about him. He's a great fighter. But Saturday, it's going to be my day. It's going to be my night. It's going to be my fight. And I'm ready. I'm ready to go over there and put on a show.
And you mentioned his high-level kickboxing and Muay Thai and everything. You obviously are a very high-level grappler. You have a lot of submission wins in your career. Is the game plan as easy as just take him down and submit him like you saw in his last fight?
The plan is not always easy like that. Maybe the plan, but not the fight, you know. It's really easy. It's really hard to take somebody down and control and submit, but I feel like even though he's a great kickboxer and had a lot of experience, he's evolving as an MMA fighter, you know. And we saw takedowns, we saw he trying to finish people, and I don't know. I feel my kickboxing is good too, so I'm not afraid.
And a couple unrelated to your fight, I've been asking everyone about this at Media Day. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of him coming up? Do you have any memories of Frankie Edgar throughout your career?
Man, I remember Frankie Edgar when he fought Sean Shirk, and Sean Shirk was a beast. Sean Shirk was a crazy athlete. I don't know. And I remember the first UFC fight that I watched with Frankie Edgar was that, and I remember I thinking, this guy gonna be champion. This guy for sure gonna be champion. And after that, he became a lightweight champion. You know how crazy is that? Frankie Edgar is small, man, and he was a lightweight champion for many, many years. And I'm a huge fan of him. His cardio, his work ethic, his wrestling, and how humble he is. So I wish all the best for Frankie Edgar and a happy retirement if he retires.
Finally, do you have any thoughts on the main event between Israel and Alex?
Man, it's going to be a tough fight, crazy fight. And I hope the Brazilian wins, but I don't know. Adesanya is too good. Adesanya is evolving too much. His kickboxing for MMA is different because I feel like people who fight kickboxing, sometimes they don't move a lot. They just block and try to counter. And Adesanya is more like he like a lot of feints and all that stuff. So I don't know how this plays out. I hope the Pereira wins, but it's going to be a tough night for him.
Frankie, over here on your right. How you doing, Frankie?
How are you?
Good, good. Does it feel great to kind of have this become like a full circle moment here? You know, there's this might be your last fight. You had your first fight over in the Bronx, you know, back in the bad old days when it wasn't actually legal here, you know, like is there kind of symmetry here?
Yeah, absolutely, man. 17 years ago, driving up here and fighting some guy with no rules fight, headbutt the guy, and then get to finish it at the most famous arena in the world is definitely full circle.
You made $60 off that fight, correct?
$160. I got $10 for every person that bought a ticket, so I had 16 people in the crowd.
What did you do with that money?
Oh man, I don't know. I probably bought some beer or something like that.
What do you do after this one?
Go home and hang out with my family. You know, have a cheeseburger.
What do you get out of a cheeseburger? First off, what are we looking at here?
I mean, I'm down with try anything, but you know, the classic is just some just pickles and mustard and cheese and ketchup. I'm good to go.
How many people are coming after this fight?
I'm sure I'm having a bunch, but you know, the people that a lot of people that were in the crowd in that Bronx fight will also be in the crowd here. That's what means more.
And when you look back, kind of, you know, at the body of work you've had, you know, what do you take away with you when that day comes, where it is in the past?
Yeah, I'm proud. I look back and I'm proud of how I approach this game, how I prepared for everything, how I represented myself, represented my team, my family. I'm definitely all good things.
Frankie, right here. What was your reaction when Chris's name was presented to you? A lot of people assumed that maybe you'd get like someone like Dominick Reyes or something like that on your way out. But when they presented Chris Gutierrez, did you have any feelings about it?
It didn't matter to me. You know, I remember when they were trying to figure out opponents, I told Mark and Ali, I said, I don't care who it is. You don't just tell me who I'm fighting. And that was it. The opponent's a byproduct of this for me at this point.
So when after you signed the contract and everything, you went back and watched his fights. Did anything stand out to you about him? Besides, obviously, he has the big leg kicks and everything. But what do you make of his skill set?
Yeah, he's unpredictable, a little unorthodox, and I mean he's on a streak. I think a 7-fight win streak. So his confidence is going to be through the roof, and he knows he's got a great opportunity at his hand.
Well, looking at his career, he made his debut, and you had already dropped back to featherweight. Like, your lightweight days were behind you when he made his pro debut. So when did Chris actually get on your radar as a fighter?
Like 8 weeks ago.
And I've been asking all the fighters here about, like, this might be your last fight and everything, and they're all have, like, glowing things to say, like, it's an honor just to be on this card with you. They all talk about your Gray Maynard fights. Moicano's, like, talked a lot about your Sean Shirk fight. So when you're seeing all these fighters, are they coming up to you and talking to you, because they all seem to be just massive fans of you?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely getting a lot of love, and that's awesome because I'm fans of all these guys. You know, I sit on the couch every Saturday night, watch these guys put on these amazing performances. Our sport's in good hands.
Did you have any conversations with your kids before this fight, or would you make that decision like this is going to be my last fight, regardless of what they say?
No, we talked about it. You know, my sons are kind of old enough now to get it a little bit, and yeah, they were definitely part of the process.
And finally, unrelated to this fight, do you have any thoughts on the main event between Israel and Alex?
I'm just excited to see it pan out. You know, obviously I'm focused on my fight, but it'll be nice that they're after me and I get to really chill and watch it out.
Frankie, can you say with definitive statement that this will be the last fight, or do you leave anything open to the future?
This is my last UFC fight, MMA fight for sure. I mean, most likely 100% it's my last fight, but if like there's some boxing, maybe Pacquiao wants to do an exhibition. I know he's doing exhibitions now. I could be open to something crazy like that, but it'd have to be a really, really good one.
Yeah, so how much, as you go through this process, sitting up there being like final media day, final weight cut, final walk out to the cage, can you think about that stuff in the moment, or does that throw you off the task at hand?
No, I'm definitely thinking of it. You know, it's all real. Like I was like just saying that to my teammates, like, wow, this is the last, Monday I'll be at Ricardo Almeida's for jiu-jitsu preparing for a fight. But again, the fight is the sole focus.
Yeah, and how many people whether it's like fellow fighters, managers, UFC staff, have kind of been coming up to you and showing their appreciation behind the scenes?
Yeah,
Now you just got here.
Yeah, I've been getting nothing but love, man. It feels good, and yeah, it just goes that I've been doing things the right way my whole career.
And if this fight goes past a round, you'll be the first fighter in UFC history with 8 hours of cage time in there. Is it kind of remarkable to think that you've spent 8 hours of your life, in that octagon?
It's only a work day, man. Shit, I did all right for just one work day,
just
right?
one shift, right? There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it, Frankie.
Frankie, just here. When did you come to the decision that this would be the last fight?
Sometime in the summertime. I had after my fight last year in the Garden, I wasn't really sure what I was going to do. I got a surgery, and my body started feeling pretty good. I got some consistent training in. I heard they're coming back to New York in November, and I just thought, timing was perfect, and, why not finish it here in the Garden?
And we've seen in the past, most recently, like Donald Cerrone retired, but keeping it to themselves and not actually announcing it to anyone until the time. What made you actually want to be vocal about retiring for this one?
You know, I originally thought I would never retire, or at least say it. I was just going to walk away. That's kind of how I wanted to do it. I'm not really an attention guy. I'm not really looking for any shout outs or anything like that. But this is the way to hold myself accountable. If I say something, I usually stick to it.
And when you look at your career, what are the standout moments for you?
I mean, if I got to pick one, it's winning the title against BJ Penn. I've been in athletics for since I was 10 years old, and always striving to be the best at that. And I don't think I ever accomplished it until I won that title. So that always stands out to me.
Any regrets?
No regrets.
Thank you.
Frank over here. Frank over here. When we talk about you 30 years from now, telling children and grandchildren about you, what do you hope people say about you?
That I put my heart and soul into this. Like when you watch me fight, if someone watches me fight, they're gonna say like, "Wow, that dude fought with 100% heart." I was a big Rocky guy growing up, and it's because of his heart. I was a big Evander Holyfield guy because of his heart, and that's how I fight. And it's not like I think in the back, "Oh, I'm gonna put a lot of heart into this." It's just who I am.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be talking to a fighter 20 years from now, and they'll be saying, "I'm a big Frankie Edgar guy,"
Let's hope.
I think 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we'll be calling you Hall of Famer. Who would induct you?
I don't know. I have to think about that. I got a lot of great people around me, and yeah, that's a tough one.
Get back to me on that one.
Yeah.
Frankie, back center here. First question. Post-fighting career, Frankie Edgar, what does it look like for you? You still going to stick around the sport in some capacity?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna stay in the sport. I love this way too much. I plan on opening a gym in my hometown. I plan on probably even getting into the managerial side of things. I think I can help this next generation in many different ways. So I'm not going anywhere.
And second one, any fights that you never got made throughout your career? I mean, you fought across 3 weight divisions over 3 decades now. Any fights that you wish you got made, that you wish you had that never got made?
I not really. They asked me who. I never call anybody out unless they had the title. But they asked me who I'd wanted to fight for this last fight, and I mentioned Dominick Reyes just because of the trajectory we were on. He was a champion when I was a champion. I thought that could have been cool, but it didn't pan out, and I'm okay with that.
Thanks. Frankie, back here. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
Frankie, you mentioned before you've been thinking about, this is my last time going to Ricardo's on a Monday. When you're backstage and Biggie kicks in and you run out to that cage, have you thought about that emotion or what you'll be going through your mind at that point?
Yeah, I was even thinking, man, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll walk out. But who am I kidding, dude? I'm not gonna be able to help myself.
Speaking of so many people, one word that comes up for you is legend, and the second word is icon. It seem to be the two biggest words that are mentioned. You hear that? What goes through your mind when you hear that?
It kind of blows me away. Like I said, I'm not this outlandish guy that's talking cocky or anything like that. I'm kind of pretty to myself, and when people say that to me, it almost makes me feel uncomfortable, to be honest. Because I'm just the same person I was always, and I did this for me, not for. I did this for accolades, I guess, glory, I guess, but not for acceptance from anybody else.
Has it been hard for you, knowing this is your last fight, to get motivated and stay up and go through training and go through all, those mornings when you wake up and your body's aching and you're hurting, especially after surgery? How'd you push through that for this fight?
I think it's been easier, honestly, knowing it's going to be the last time I get to do this. I'm going to miss this for sure. I mean, I'll be honest, I could do this longer. I could still beat the best guys longer, but now's the time.
How'd Mark Henry take the news when you told him?
I think he kind of figured it was coming, but yeah, he's a little bummed, I'm sure.
And just finally, you've been in this game for so long. You've been through so many different iterations and eras of UFC. Yet rarely, if ever, was there a misstep for you. Almost no negative headlines most of the time. You've got your 50 positive test jacket and stuff. How'd you pull that off in the 15 years?
Just being myself and having good people around me. I've always had, like I said, the same people around me. I'm no Hollywood type guy. You know what I mean? I'm just a kid from Jersey Shore.
Thank you.
Frank, you back at the back here. What happens if you go out there and steamroll this guy in like one round? Do you think there's any way that you sort of have like a moment in the cage where you're like, you know what, I'm actually going to stick around for one more if this one goes your way very quickly on Saturday night?
I'm not fucking leaving. Nah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Wolf
yeah, nah. I made my mind. I made my mind up. Yeah, this is it.
People were asking, about regrets or fights that weren't made. I mean, the one that does stick out is like particularly around the time you would have fought, Chad Mendes or Jose Aldo, was that you and Conor McGregor always kind of had something. Conor has said he regrets that fight maybe not happening. Is that one that you kind of maybe wish that had been able to happen, even at this stage of your careers?
Yeah, no, that would have been a good one. Absolutely. Obviously, with the paycheck it comes with it. But Conor he's transcended the sport to the mainstream more than any other fighter, and to be able to sat fought him would have been cool. But again, I got no regrets.
Thank you.
Frankie, one more in front of you. When Roxanne retired, she joked that since this would be her last fight, she's just going to pull out everything that she never got to do in a fight because she would always have to worry about the next fight. Is there anything that you've never thrown or done in a fight that you're like, forget, F it, I'll just do it right now?
Oh, I don't know, man. What is that? What is the Gaethje do? That
the Rolling Thunder?
The Rolling Thunder? That'd be pretty wild. I don't think you're going to see it, though.
Frankie, right over here. What's going on? Stan the Man from Medicine the Man. With Dennis Bermudez, we've had you on the show before for some laughs.
Yes.
And I don't know if you remember, I told you, I was in the building that fateful day in 2005 when you fought my friend, my training partner, Eric Uresk. And in walked this guy who we were like, we don't know who this kid is. All they said, he's a wrestler from Clarion. Within 4 minutes, we knew that kid's ready for the UFC. That was the first thing Eric Uresk said after the fight, was he sat there and was like, wow, I think I just fought a UFC guy. And then sure enough, you became Frankie Edgar. So full circle coming to now, I don't even know if I have a question. I just want to say thank you and think of all the guys like Dennis Bermudez, Chris Wade, Ryan LaFleur, all these guys idolized you or looked up to you, and you basically set the path for a lot of the East Coast guys. So thank you for that.
Nah, yeah, man, I love it. I love being an influence on these guys, especially the East Coast guys. We're kind of all cut from the same cloth, and this is what it's all about.
Oh, and even that could be my question. Just all the guys you've inspired. Gregor Gillespie used to run with your picture on the treadmill. He used to have your picture in front of him while he ran on the treadmill. So you've motivated endless guys. So is that something that you think is going to be the next step for you, just getting into the coaching, or do you think you hang it up completely when you're done?
No, I'll definitely get into the coaching. I feel like I have too much to give, Not many people. No one's been in there longer than me, and I feel like I got a lot to share, a lot to help people with.
But thank you for putting it on for us, Frankie.
Thank you, brother.
Frankie, one question for you over here. I've spoken with, Dante Rivera, Tom DeBlas, Ricardo Almeida briefly. You've been such a bright light for everybody in New Jersey in the fight community, whether it's the school owners, trainers, students, journalists even. Who have been some of your favorite people that have left an impression on you or made an impact on you from Jersey?
Yeah, the Dante Rivera, Tom DeBlas, obviously Ricardo Almeida, Renzo Gracie, my guys in the back, Steve Rivera, Chris Ligori, Mark Henry. All those guys, Frankie Perez, a lot of people, Eddie Alvarez, a lot of those guys that we kind of all started together, really made this special. That's the best byproduct of all this is the people that you meet in this journey. And even I got Russian friends that are like brothers to me, and Brazilian friends that are brothers to me. So yeah, this is the best part of the game.
Thank you, Frankie. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
We good? All right. Well, we're only a few days, obviously, removed or ahead of your fight here at Madison Square Garden. So, what are the emotions now that the weight cut part, it's just the weight cut immediate, and the hard part of fight camp is behind you?
It's just relaxing. I'm just enjoying the moment. And it's a massive card, the biggest one I've ever been on, and I think it's special because my first fight in the UFC, Adesanya was the main event, and now he's the main event again, and I'm just excited to be a part of it.
How important was it to be on this card specifically, given that it's in Madison Square Garden?
It's home field advantage. I'm right outside the city, and I've been wanting my family to come and enjoy the process with me, and now they can.
Did you ever go to any of the other past MSG fights here?
No, this is the first one.
In looking at your opponent, when we were at Media Day in his last fight in Singapore, his opponent predicted that he was going to have a fight of the night solely because the guy you're fighting can take a lot of damage, and it just aesthetically that usually leads to fight of the night. So when you look at his tape, is he that durable as like his past opponents say?
Yeah, I mean, he's a tough guy. I mean, there's no easy fights, and I've always wanted to fight tough guys. I've had tough opponents every time I come out of there, and that's what I want to do. I want to test myself.
And outside of his durability, does anything else shine when you look at what he can do?
He's a great counterpuncher. You know, he's got great timing, puts good combinations together. So, you know, I'm excited to test it.
And a couple unrelated to your fight. I've been asking all the guys at Media Day this. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in MMA. So were you a fan of his coming up? Do you have any memories of watching Frankie or being around Frankie?
Yeah, man, he's another Jersey boy. I'm excited to fight alongside him and just be a part of his final moments.
Do you have any thoughts on the main event between Izzy and Alex?
There's so much animosity going into that, but you know, MMA is totally different than kickboxing, and you know, obviously both fighters have improved since they last fought. It's been a long time since they met each other in the ring, and I mean, I think Izzy pulls it out just because he's got a lot more experience in the octagon and in MMA. But again, obviously this sport is so unpredictable, you never know.
Mike, your fight right after your teammate, Julio Arce, is that going to be tough to like warm up and get ready and kind of root for him too?
No, it won't be tough. I got extra coaches coming that they can warm me up in the back and get me ready. You know, we're both ready, man. I don't need to watch it. I know he's going to do well.
Obviously, you come from The Ultimate Fighter and as winner. Feel any other connections to other winners? Like, for example, Carla was on this card. Does that like make you root for her a little bit more or anything like that?
You know what? I don't really think about it, to be honest. You know, after the show, it was just like, all right, now I'm a UFC fighter. It's time to climb my way back up.
Obviously, you want to put on a good performance in front of the home crowd. What's your prediction?
Man, I really think I'm going to get a finish. I need one. I want one, and I've been dreaming about it, so I'm going to go make it happen.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mike, back here. This is the first, you're coming off the first losing streak of your professional career. Do you feel any added pressure of, you know, snapping that streak?
Well, I hate losing, so that's always number one. I mean, I don't really put pressure on myself. You know, I take it one fight at a time. Yeah, it's the first time in my career I've lost back-to-back fights in anything, and yeah, it sucks, but I'm just going to go in there and implement my game plan, and that's what it comes down to. You know, whoever wants it more.
And speaking of pressure, you know, you trained right around the corner in Ramsey. This fight being in New York City and especially in MSG, do you feel any added pressure being under such bright lights here?
I don't feel any pressure. I've been dying to fight with a big crowd for a while. You know, it's since before COVID was the last time I fought with a big crowd, because the last few fights I've had have been at the Apex, smaller crowds to no crowd based on COVID and everything. So now that I'm finally back in a big arena, especially MSG, which has been a bucket list of mine in my career, you know, I feed off the energy of the crowd, and I'm excited to just do my thing.
Thanks, Mike.
What's going on, Mike? Stan the Man from Medicine the Man. So you said you feed off the crowd a little bit. Did that like affect your performance heavily? The fact that there was no crowd in the last fights? Like, would you say that was the reason why you had those performances?
No, not at all. When I was on the show, there was 0 people there, you know, besides like my team. So it really comes down to just me implementing my game plan, and over my opponent implementing his. That's what it comes down to. I mean, everybody's good, so I just got to go out there and do what I've been preparing for.
So I know you said no pressure, but comfort. I know a lot of fighters have a different take on it, fighting close to home or fighting on the road. What's your take on it? Do you prefer fighting close to home, like sleeping in your own bed, or do you need the work trip, like you have your bags and you're in the hotel?
I mean, I definitely like separating myself from everybody in the usual routine, just to get my mind right for the fight. But I definitely prefer to be at home and not having to get on a plane and do all that extra travel. So it's
Are
a
you
little bit
separating
easier.
yourself here? Like, are you staying at home or are you staying at the hotel?
No, I'm staying at the hotel, man. I'm just chilling and getting my mind right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Carla, this is pretty much what you want, right? I know they were talking about maybe getting you back in Abu Dhabi, but you were like, I want to fight in November, New York, December. It kind of worked out perfectly to your plans, right?
Yes, I couldn't be happier with the way things worked out. I had a good amount of time to recover after the fight and kind of work on some skills, and I feel great. I mean, fighting at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and like such a big card like this. You've been on big events before, but do you feel a different kind of energy being on a card like this, a venue like this?
Most definitely. I think the energy of just fighting in New York at Madison Square Garden, I mean, it's such a historic spot, and, you know, it's not something that was possible before a few years ago. So I think it's an electric energy, and everyone's really excited about the card, including myself.
Yeah, and I know you, after the last fight, you said you had some things to take care of physically. You know, you saw doctors and whatnot. Did that all kind of pan out exactly how you thought it would in terms of the timeline and everything?
Yes, most definitely. I had to wait from a clearance from my physical therapist before I could accept the fight. I mean, right off the bat, I was like, Madison Square Garden, like, yes. But I was like, need to do the right thing and wait on my doctor. And once I got the go-ahead and green light, it was on.
Yeah, and we had Zhang in here earlier, and she kind of mentioned that there's nothing about your game that she fears in particular. Do you feel like that's kind of a miscalculation from her, and maybe in a way is she underestimating you?
I think probably a lot of people have felt that about my game, but doesn't really matter what she thinks or what she fears. I mean, I'm going in there with my best game, and this is probably one of the best camps I've had, so I'm just ready to go in there the best me and kind of prove the world wrong, I guess.
Yeah, I know, we don't have to go back to the last fight and talk ad nauseum about it, but when you sit here again a few days away from fighting again, do you feel like you learned a lot from that last fight that you can bring into this one?
I learned something from every fight, and if anything, I was proud of, you know, my ability to kind of keep my emotions in check. I mean, regardless of the fans, I don't think I got wild or reckless, and yeah, but going into this fight, definitely plan on a little bit more of an exciting fight, that's for sure.
Weili's trying to do the same thing that you already did and recapture a title that she lost. So what do you think she's thinking that you've like from your experience trying to recapture the belt this week? What do you think is going through her mind?
I mean, going into any title fight, I think it's definitely like a lot of pressure and a lot of motivation. But I think I definitely had a longer journey to get here, and you know, if anything, my motivation going into a defense is huge because I've never been able to defend my belt, and that's been like a huge unfinished business for me that I'm excited to fight for.
And unembedded, her coach said that he knew that you two would eventually be matched up sometime down the line. Was she a name that you knew eventually that you two would be matched up, whether it was for the title or not?
I mean, you fight in this division long enough, and at the top, you're going to fight a lot of the top girls. I didn't know when. I mean, it's hard to know where the cards fall, but yeah, I figured at some point we would fight, and I figured it'd probably be for the belt.
And obviously she's had success throughout her UFC career except against Rose. So what has Rose done differently besides that head kick that she also replicated over 5 rounds in the next fight? What has she done right that the others just couldn't put together?
Well, in my mind, I mean, it could be wrong, but I think that she underestimated Rose as she's doing me. And yeah, I think she kind of wasn't expecting that from Rose, and Rose just brought her best game like I'm planning to do, and hopefully get a similar finish. Sorry, so I'm a little chilly. Not scared, I'm just chilly.
Then a couple questions unrelated to your fight. I've been asking everyone this immediate day. This might be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of his coming up? Do you have any memories of Frankie watching his fights or just around the UFC at all?
Frankie's one of my favorite fighters of all time, probably my favorite. It's been great watching him fight and kind of move through the weight classes too. I mean, I've always found inspiration from him because he was kind of like the little guy going into the fights, and I feel like that's kind of been me, and he has the same wrestling and striking, so it's kind of been a great person to kind of just like almost like a hero in the sport to watch over the years.
And finally, do you have any thoughts on the main event after your fight between Izzy and Alex?
I think it's just an exciting matchup, right? I mean, you know, he's coming, you know, whenever somebody beats you, you have to have like a different mindset going into that fight. I wonder if there's any fear going into it. It's definitely like an exciting matchup because Izzy is obviously like a stand-up fighter too, so definitely expecting a war, that's for sure.
Carla, just down here. Obviously, you were the first strawweight champion back in 2014. You know, when you think back to that time and how you felt, how does that compare to now?
I think I was definitely a lot younger in the sport, and I think everything I've done to kind of build myself up, and I'm a lot more of a veteran now, so it's definitely a different feeling just kind of going into fight week and going into the fight.
And as a fighter, how do you see yourself developed since then?
I feel that I've definitely gotten a lot stronger. I put a lot of size on working with the UFCPI. I've changed my mindset. I worked really hard on that. I've even been reading during this week and going through a lot of changes, like thinking more positively and having more belief in myself. I've worked on a lot of skills, you know, going back to being a beginner in classes and relearning things and just constantly trying to evolve.
Carla over here.
When you look at Weili as a challenger, is there anything that stands out to you about her, anything that you think you need to be aware of?
I think overall she kind of has a relatively, you know, I wouldn't say like basic, but like there's nothing super like unique. You know, just the style's she's very powerful and very strong. So everything she does, you know, it's definitely coming at you hard, but there's no like funky like leg locks or, you know, I would say probably her spinning back fist that she got a knockout last time is a pretty good one. But overall, you know, I feel confident going into the fight that I'm not going to see anything like too crazy out of the box.
And just last one, sorry. You said this was kind of like unfinished business, not being able to successfully defend your title last time. So how much will it mean to you to be able to do that this time in MSG?
I mean, if you're going to defend a title, you can't do it in a better place than MSG. So I'm super excited and super excited to feel the electricity of the crowd and the energy.
Carla, over here. Everyone always talks about Weili's power and her striking. Talk to me about her grappling for a second. Like, how do you feel her grappling matches against yours?
I feel that I'm definitely the more technical grappler in wrestling and jiu-jitsu. I've seen her, go for takedowns, and she's very strong. I feel that she's strong enough to where even if she grabs on something, even if it's not her hands aren't in the right place, or head's not in the right place, she powers through things because she is so strong. So I definitely have to just kind of be on my guard of, just because this is not in the right place doesn't mean I'm safe. I think I gotta keep the aggression coming and just stay strong.
Now, you're heading into this fight. You're the underdog, which seems to kind of be a theme with your career. Tell me, why do the odds makers always kind of count you out?
I think there's a lot of reasons, but I mean, I think I don't show all my cards, so to speak, going into the fights. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and show a lot of my training. I mean, even on the Ultimate Fighter, I like to keep my, what I have going on very private. I like to show it in the cage, which, obviously has come to fruition because I have the belt here. So, I think a lot of things, just not being very vocal about what I can do or what I'm gonna do. I just always would rather prove myself.
My last question. This past week, we just saw Amanda Lemos coming off a unbelievable knockout. I know you don't want to look past Weili, but what's your thoughts on a future matchup with her?
I think it's just like Weili, you just see these fights. It's just a matter of time before a lot of these happen, in the division. I don't necessarily think she's next in line for a title shot, just because, she was coming off a loss going into it, but I definitely think she's probably a couple fights away.
All right, so I lied one more. So if she's not, then if you're the matchmaker, who would be?
Geez, I don't know. You got to ask Mick. But I've beaten most of the girls in the top 5, I think. So it's definitely a tough one. I might have to see how the division shakes out a little bit in this next couple months.
Good luck to you.
Carla, back center here, right here. Obviously, when you planned your wedding, you were not crowned a UFC champ again. Did you make the decision to walk down the aisle with the belt before or after you won it?
I think it's from the fabulous media like you people who are just like, are you going to wear the belt down the aisle? And I was like, well, I guess so. It sounds like a good idea. And once the fight happened and I won the belt, I was like, well, now I got to do it. I've said it in enough interviews, and it was definitely a really unique thing to go into the wedding and walk down the aisle with the UFC belt around my waist. Best something new I guess I could ask for.
And obviously you went into that fight expecting to win, but regardless, having a professional mixed martial arts fight just weeks before a wedding could be a little scary, with getting cuts or bruises. Was that a concern for you at all?
It was my initial concern, and it was when I got the news about the fight, it was definitely, I was on the fence about it, but I went to my wonderful husband, we're in the back, and he, just assured me and reassured me, I guess, that, he knew what he was getting into when he was marrying a fighter, and, cuts or bruises. I mean, he was there for me and was going to love me no matter what. So, I mean, I guess just you want to look pretty for your walking down the aisle and for your husband, but at the end of the day, I'm just glad it worked out.
And I hate to put you on the spot, but which piece of jewelry felt better, putting the ring on your finger or putting the belt on your waist?
I'm going to call it a tie.
Thank you.
Right here, Carla. You talked about the strength of Weili today, and embedded to your coach was also talking about her strength, both in punching power and overall strength. Do you think she's going to be the most physically strong woman you've ever fought?
That's a tough one. I've fought the best of the best for well over a decade. So, fighting people like Tatiana Suarez, Joanna, Claudia, and just, all these fighters that are pretty large. Even Alexa Grasso, who ended up moving up the next fight to a different weight class. I've just fought so many strong and powerful fighters, and I think fighters can be strong in different ways, like grappling, punching. So, I guess we'll see, but I definitely think she's going to be up there.
Carla, over here, right? Hey, when we spoke earlier this year, I'd asked you about kind of that short title reign that you had the first time. You said you mostly didn't really get to enjoy it. It was around Christmas time, and it was kind of hectic and everything like that, and you were right in a fight camp. This one, you had a lot more time to kind of soak it in. It was about 6 months. So, like, what did you kind of do with this feeling of being champion in this time? Have you been able to kind of do anything with that?
Yeah, it's been really amazing to kind of just see my friends and my family and, just have the belt with me and just be like, hey, champ. And, because in camp you don't really get to see anybody. You're so focused on training in the fight. So I was able to travel a little bit. It was good to kind of, go to these different places and kind of grow MMA, so to speak, in like different places like Ecuador. And I was able to actually do like some charity work throughout. So that was really rewarding for me because, I feel like having the belt, you can do a lot more good because it definitely grabs more attention, and it's something that's really close to my heart, and hopefully I can do more of after I defend this belt.
Has it opened any other doors in the last couple of months for you, professionally outside of the cage itself? Or?
Definitely more opportunities to do like a few more seminars and things like that. I can't really think of anything in particular, like any acting opportunities or anything, but yeah, hopefully in the future.
And I know you're big on cookies, obviously. You're the cookie monster. Where are you going to get cookies afterward?
I heard of this place out here that's really good. It's called Levain. I heard that cookie place was really good out here in New York, so I might try that if I can get up early enough.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Tight box. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, interesting.
Well, Erin, obviously we're only a few days away from your massive fight here at Madison Square Garden. So now that fight camp is behind you, the hard part's behind you, just weight cut and media. What are the emotions now?
Honestly, I feel really good. I had a really great camp. My body feels really good. My weight's good. So I'm honestly just really happy right now and can't wait to fight.
Was MSG ever a goal for you specifically, or was it just they asked you to fight at Madison Square Garden and that's what got you excited?
Oh no, MSG has definitely been a goal for a very long time. I trained at Renzo Gracie's in NYC, literally across the street from MSG for years. So I used to pass it every time taking the train, and I was like, oh, I can't wait till I can fight there one day. So after my first UFC fight, I already started calling out for it.
And obviously looking at Molly, she's become one of the more popular fighters, not just in the women's divisions, but just in MMA as a whole. The Rock is tweeting about her, Drake's giving her Rolexes and everything. So when her name came across, did it kind of motivate you more, considering like you can steal all this hype that Molly has behind her?
Yeah, I didn't really care who I fought. To be honest, I just wanted to fight at MSG, and fighting a big name like Molly is obviously great for me and my career. And it's a super winnable fight for me, so it was perfect.
What do you make of her last few performances? She's got those knockouts with a spinning back elbow, but I would assume now it happens twice in a row, to look for it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have to be aware of it. You have to be aware of anyone who's kind of been consistently doing something. I mean, you can't think it and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean, she's been on a good winning streak. I've been on a good winning streak myself, so I think it's a great fight for both of us.
What do you make of her grappling at all? Because obviously she comes from a boxing background. She's winning with this spectacular spinning elbows, but what do you make of the other side of her skill set?
She's definitely primarily a striker, but I mean, I've watched a bunch of her fights. She's definitely not scared to go for takedowns and work on the ground. I mean, I think I'm far superior there, and I think I'm just better overall everywhere. But I mean, she's a fighter and she's willing to fight anywhere, and she doesn't give up. So I'm not gonna totally downplay that.
And unrelated to your fight, I've been asking everyone at Media Day this. This is Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of his coming up? Do you have any memories of Frankie Edgar watching him or just being around him?
Oh, definitely. I mean, he was a Jersey guy, and my dad was a big UFC fan before I even really started training. So he was always watching him fight. So I kind of have a lot of memories of watching him fight with my dad, because my dad was like, "Oh, come watch him. He's from Jersey." So he's definitely held it down for our state.
Do you have any thoughts on the main event between Izzy and Alex?
I mean, I think it's a super interesting fight, considering Alex beat him twice, I believe, already. And I mean, obviously it's a different sport, but I mean, it's what Adesanya is strong at and what he's been beating everyone with, his striking. So I think it's definitely an interesting fight. I'm curious how Adesanya is going to approach it, if he's going to maybe try to grapple someone that has beat him striking before.
Erin over here.
Yeah.
Erin over here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. So Molly was in there earlier, and she was up there for a long time, and I think there might have been one question about you. That said, do you think she might be overlooking you?
I mean, I think it'd be silly of her to overlook me. I mean, I'm ranked ahead of her. I know I'm younger, and she has a couple more fights than me, but I don't really care what she's thinking. I know what I've done, and I know what I can do when I get in there.
And obviously she's got back-to-back spinning knockouts. One, sometimes people call it fluke. 2 in a row, starts becoming a trend. Is that something you had to add into your training to get ready for something like that?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, whenever you're fighting anybody, I mean, that's kind of been hyped up because it's very flashy move, But anyone you fight usually has tendencies and things they're good at or they're bad at. So I mean, it's definitely something we've watched and are prepared for. But yeah, that's it.
So an ongoing joke with a preview show that I do is we always mention that you have one loss, and I always have to correct them and says that one loss was a fight that I thought you clearly won. That was against Tracy Cortez. Is she on your radar at all to get that loss back?
I mean, I'm not gonna hunt her down for it. I think it will definitely come because we're very close in the rankings. And I mean, it was a close fight. I feel like honestly after that loss, I got a lot better. So I'm kind of thankful that I didn't get that split. I think I wouldn't be as good as I am now, and I wouldn't be sitting here. So I think it's definitely something that will come again, and I'll definitely win that fight when it comes.
And I know you said you're in no rush to fight for the title one day, but I mean, there's got to be some kind of radar. How far away do you think you are to something like that?
I mean, as long as I keep the winning streak that I plan on keeping, maybe 2-3 years. It depends. Depends on the fights, what fights I can take, what happens. But I know it's something that's going to be in relatively near future. Thank you.
Erin over here on the right.
Yeah.
So obviously, you are ahead of her in the rankings. You're ahead of Molly in the rankings, but she does have a bigger profile here. So there's something you can kind of get out of this fight. What do you see the stakes of this fight being?
I feel like the next fight is always the most important fight in my mind. I don't really blow up individual fights more than others because you need to always put 100% of your focus into your training and everything that goes into preparing for a fight. So obviously, yeah, this is a big one, but so is every fight in my head.
A lot of people still look at you as like a top prospect, but I mean, do you see yourself as a prospect anymore, or are you kind of shedding that label maybe in your own head?
I try not to let any of those labels really bother me in any sense. I know how good I am, and I know can be the best in the world. So I just kind of keep focusing on each fight ahead. I don't really worry about all the labels that are put on me.
If you do keep winning, I mean, realistically, you may get to the title sooner than 2-3 years away. You're not that far off of getting into that range. Are you comfortable with getting to that opportunity sooner, or would you prefer it maybe slow the train a little?
I haven't really thought about it too much, to be honest. I kind of just take it fight by fight, and I know when that title shot comes, I'll be ready for it, whether it's sooner or later.
And then last question here. So obviously you're coming from Jersey. Are you staying at home or are you staying in here?
The last couple of days I've been staying home because I only live like 40 minutes away. So it's easy. I can train at all my gyms, have all my training partners. So that's been really nice. I'm probably going to stay tomorrow though, so I can cut weight in the morning.
Okay, so will you stay here through the fight?
Yeah, I think tomorrow, Thursday, like night, I'm probably going to come and I'll stay till after the fight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh yeah. And then set up. Dominick Reyes.
Good. Right here, Dominic. Long break for you. I mean, what does it feel like to just be back here and kind of feeling the energy of a fight week again?
Oh, it feels awesome, man. It's an honor to be out here in New York, man. I get to fight in the Garden. Crazy storied history of all the athletes, all the performers, all the fighters that have fought there. The UFC has a ton of history there, and I'm just excited to put my name on the wall, man.
Yeah, what has the last year plus looked like for you? Was this a longer break than you wanted? Perfect timing? How would you kind of assess it?
Everything happened exactly how it was supposed to happen. Real happy with the amount of time off. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I know we don't have to tell you, the story of your own career or anything like that, but what have you kind of taken away from the recent fights, and just where do you feel you're at in terms of skills and mentally going into this fight?
Skill-wise, I'm Dom 2.0. My defense is heavily upgraded. My offense is even better than before. Yeah, I think my timing and my speed is faster than I've ever been, but my defense is heavily upgraded.
And you see people when they kind of read into this fight, they're like, hey, maybe this is a perfect step back for Dom, a way to, regain his confidence, get back on track. But I saw you tweeting being like, hey, why am I on the prelims? And a little bit of frustration there. Do you like this fight? Do you like the spot that you're at? Or do you feel like maybe you deserve something different?
I mean, as a fighter, we always want to be, the top guy, but it is what it is, man. I've been spending my time in Connecticut with Glover Teixeira. He helped me a lot with, living in the now and, just living right now and appreciating everything you have. Nothing's guaranteed. So no matter what, for 15 minutes or less, it's my show. So it doesn't matter.
And with training with Glover, does that complicate things a little bit, knowing that he's fighting for the title next month? Or do you feel like once you get back on track, win whatever fights you need, he'll probably be retired by then and it won't be an issue?
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the feel. But me and Glover are great friends, man. I'll never fight Glover. And whatever happens, we're not going to fight. So I'm just excited to be around the guy.
Yeah, and last thing for me, seeing Yuri holding the belt now and looking back on your fight, does it make you feel better about that loss and knowing that you aren't all that far off considering all the moments that you did have in that fight?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was that fight was razor thin. That was a razor thin fight. I mean, you could look at it and say, I got knocked out or whatever I did, but I also knocked him out at one point. That fight was a great fight. I only put on great fights. My last fight was fight of the night. Then the fight before that was not so great, but it was still a good fight. I went down swinging. You know what I mean? Like, I put on great fights no matter what, and I intend on doing it again on Saturday.
Tom, right here, straight ahead.
You can go.
Thanks, Jose. What do you think of this matchup with Ryan Spann? Can you just kind of talk me through what you're expecting to see out of him?
Ryan Spann, he's a very tough guy. He's on the up and comer. You know, he's got a lot of momentum in his direction right now. He wants everything I have. Bottom line, he's number 11 or 12, and I'm number 6 or 7. I'm number 7. Sorry, whoever's number 6. But yeah, like, this is his opportunity again to try to come up and get into the top echelon. But he's still not that guy.
And obviously, the journey back to a title shot begins on Saturday. But what do you kind of see the path as? Like, when you look at your recent losses, all 3 of those guys held the title. So do you feel like maybe, sure, you're coming off a 3-fight skid, but like a couple more, you're right back where you should be?
Well, absolutely. I'm number 7 still, right? So a couple more, and we'll see what happens. But bottom line, I got to take care of Spann on Saturday. Literally, that's literally the only thing I've been thinking about. Like, people ask me all the time, well, what's next? I'm like, how could I say what's next? I don't know what's going to happen on this one. I know what's going to happen. I feel prepared and ready to go, but you don't know what's going to happen. There's so many variables in this sport. So for me, take out Spann and then go from there.
Obviously, in the lead up to your last few fights during media days and interviews and stuff, a lot was brought up of like your analytical mind and your college and everything. When the UFC shows highlights of Ryan, it's usually like big punches, these knockouts, and this power. But if you look at his record, it's a lot of submission wins. Do you think we're not talking about or looking enough at his submission skills?
His submission skill, yeah, for me. That's his biggest threat, is that submission, that choke that he does. Yeah, he's a puncher to a degree. You know, he's a good fighter. He's a great fighter. You know, he's in the UFC. He's skilled, and he's on his way up. But I wouldn't say his striking ability is his number 1 asset. Like you said, I would say his submission ability is his number 1 asset.
And you talked with your work with Glover and like your conversation with him. Did he give you any advice on just like, there was a point in time when he had lost like a couple in a row, and then he built his way back up to winning the title, and it was that big moment in Abu Dhabi. Did he give you any words of advice on just that, like building yourself back up?
A bunch of them, man. Like, I spent his entire birthday with him. We were hanging out all day long, you know, and we talked about life, you know, before, after, during, you know, and it all comes down, at the end of the day, man, it's about what's happening right now and how you feel about yourself and how you're portraying yourself to the world, you know. And as long as you're being true to yourself, that's really all that matters. And that's where I am, man. I'm happy. I'm fighting for me, you know. I'm not worried about my answers to you guys anymore. I'm just saying what's on my heart, you know.
Were you worried about your answers to us?
At one point I was, you know. I want everybody to like me, you know. I want to be the guy, blah, 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 you know. But doesn't matter. Like, what matters is the performances in the octagon, and you know, how I treat my family, how I treat my friends and my fans, and that's it.
Then unrelated to your fight, but I've been asking everyone this at Media Day, this is going to be Frankie Edgar's last fight in his MMA career. So were you a fan of his coming up? Do you have any memories with Frankie out there watching or just being around him?
Yeah, Frankie's been in some awesome, amazing wars. The Gray Maynard fights that was crazy, you know. Frankie's a man. I really got nothing to say other than he's a man, and every time he fights, he puts on a show, and it's awesome.
And obviously, since you've been training with Glover, you've been training with Alex Pereira a bit. Do you have any thoughts on how he probably, I assume you're going to side with him, but how do you think he gets it done against Israel?
Imagine I didn't. Yeah, he's going to win. I don't know how he's going to win. It's probably going to be a knockout, to be honest. He's a monster.
What was camp like with Glover and Alex?
It was fun. It's fun, you know, working with the highest level guys, you know. Glover's former champion. I'm a former champion. And then you got Alex, who's 5, 6, 7-time kickboxing world champion, multiple divisions. And then working with Thurman as well, you know, black belt in jiu-jitsu, very quick, very strong. I mean, it was a super fun camp. It's one of those things where we're all such professionals that we're we could know how to work to that line, right? You work to that line. We don't hurt each other. Obviously, we're teammates. We got to take care of each other. We got to make it to the fight. But we work to that point, like right before that line of, hey, you guys got to slow down. But it was just a lot of fun, man. Every day, it was really good being out of my comfort zone. I never trained out of California, and then going out to Connecticut and training with those guys, and really like, I'm the new guy, you know. I took a step back, you know. It's Alex is fighting for the title. It's Glover's gym, you know, and it was kind of cool, like being a student again. And yeah, man, I'm ready to go.
Do you feel that added something new, something different to you?
Absolutely, my defense. Like I was saying, my defense is crazy now. Like, you guys are gonna see. When Alex and Glover and everybody is like, bro, it's really having a hard time even getting close to you and touching you. That says a lot, you know, and I'm very confident and happy.
And with working with Glover, how do you think he does against his rematch with Yuri?
He just got to finish the job. You know, he was already there. He just got 20 more seconds, and then we got the belt back. Yeah, I think Glover's going to do great. He's an OG. He's a legend, and had so many fights, and he's had so many camps, and he's ready to take his title back.
Thank you.
Dominick, over here. So obviously you're a California guy, like you mentioned, but you do have ties to the East Coast. You went to Stony Brook and everything. So, you know, how has it been kind of readjusting to East Coast life?
Well, initially, you know, the time change gets you. You know, you're grappling and going through hard practices, and you're dealing with a time change. It's not that fun. But it's been great, man. It's been refreshing. That's the word I would put on it. It's been refreshing, you know. Just being on the East Coast again, having, you know, crisp air, living in the woods of Connecticut, and yeah, I like it out here. I really do. I feel like when I first came out here, when I was 18 years old, to go to college, you know, it kind of made me the man who I am, and now I'm back out here, and I'm 2.0 now.
What were some of your kind of fond memories when you were going to school out here, living out this way?
Oh, coming to the city, you know, going to delis. There's no delis in California, you know. Diners. There's no diners over there like that. Yeah, all kinds of cool stuff. The water. There's water. You know, there's water in Connecticut. There's not any more water in California. So it was nice. It was really nice, man.
Thank you.
Dom over here. I know this 2.0, one thing you said recently in an interview is that you had to get your mind right. What specifically are you doing?
It's a kryptonite, I'm sorry.
What specifically are you doing to get your mind right?
I'm training with the right people. I stayed on a lake for camp. I rented a house on the lake, you know, centered myself. Took a hard look at the realities of myself, you know, where I'm lacking, where I'm doing well, what I need to improve. Like being fully honest with myself and improving the things. Working with my boxing coach, Coach Feliz, you know. One of the first days I got to Connecticut, I sparred with a pro boxer named Fernally Feliz Jr. He's like a 4-time Golden Glove. He's 3-0 as a pro. I hit him maybe like twice. I was like, man, this is crazy. I suck, dude. And by the end of camp, I was beating him in rounds, you know. So, like, I had to go all the way down to the bottom and restart again. And it felt good to see the development and the growth, you know what I mean? And coming into this fight, like, I'm peaking, and I'm excited about what's going to happen.
Hey, Dom, over here. How'd you even link up with Glover and everyone at the gym, and what made you make the connection? Or
It's kind of a funny story. During International Fight Week, I was on my way to an event. I was coming down the elevator, and Coach Fernally Feliz, which is Glover's main coach, boxing coach, came down the elevator. He's like, Reyes, can I take a picture? We took a picture, and then he's like, I want to talk to you when you get back. So I came back, and he was still in the lobby, and he's like, hey, man, I'd love for you to come to Connecticut and train with us. And, you know, you're a champion, man. You got everything it takes, and you just need a little love, you know. And I'm here to support you, you know. I want you to succeed. It's not often you meet people, you know, that will go out of their way to try to make you the best version of you. Eric Nixick, for instance, he is that way towards me, and it feels awesome talking to Eric. You know, I got Joe Stevenson in my corner. It's very similar as well, where it's just all love. You know, they just care about me. You know what I mean? They want me to be the best version of myself. But dealing with Fernale Feliz, like, he was so genuine. And for me, it was like, okay, it's an opportunity to get out of the desert. You know, I love Eric and everything, but I just needed to step away from everything familiar. And that's why I chose to go out to Connecticut. And then when I got out there, Glover was, you know, greeting me with a hug when I walked in the gym, you know, and it's like, all right, this is going to be awesome. You know, it's obviously a little intimidating walking into a guy in your division's gym, but it's like family, man.
Good luck, Dom.
Thank you.
Hey, what's going on, Dom? Stan the Man from Menace and the Man.
Oh, Stan.
How
you
are
doing,
you?
bro? It's been a minute.
Oh, it's been a long time, but good to see you again. Glad that you're back. So you're back in New York. Have you ever wanted to fight in New York? Was this like a bucket list thing for you?
Absolutely. The Garden's on the bucket list. Staples Center before it became Crypto Arena, still the same arena. That's also on the bucket list, but this is one of them for sure.
So now Connecticut, is this a permanent fixture? Like you said you're renting there. You don't live there, or are you staying there?
Oh, I'm renting at the moment. Gonna see how it goes. Every fight kind of requires different things, and we'll see what
So I asked Alex it earlier. I'm sure you said the same thing, that Glover's a mentor and someone that you look up to for inspiration. If you can put into words what it's been like training alongside him as he's getting ready for the biggest fight of his life, his rematch with Jiri.
It's just energy, man. It's all energy. Like, we all just feed off each other's energy. We walk in the gym, we all say good morning to each other, you know, and then we just go. And then after practice, we're just hanging out, talking, you know. It's one of those things where we don't get too serious about it, you know. It's like we keep it light and we have fun with it. Because if you start focusing too much on it, then the gym just starts getting like tense and rigid. So we just keep it light. Being next to Glover is like, I don't know, man. Coming up in the game, I never thought I would have a mentor like Glover Teixeira in my corner. I mean, he's not in my corner for this fight, but he's in my corner. You know?
Yeah, the vibe I'm getting is he's a very good coach.
Yeah, he is.
That I guess a lot of people don't realize yet.
Well, and he understands that everybody needs different things. You know, like when he was helping me for this fight, he's sparring me differently than when he's helping Alex for his fight. And then when I'm working with him, I'm trying to be Jiri because I know what Jiri's like. You know, and it's genuine. It's genuine. I think that's the word. It's genuine.
So final one for me, Dom. This has been years in the making. When are Menace and the Man partying with Dominick Reyes? Is it happening this Saturday after you get the win?
It's happening this Saturday after the win, bro, for sure.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Dom in the back here. This is your last one. All right. I had a few questions.
Next question.
So John Jones' last fight was 3 years ago.
Next question.
It was.
All right, go. I'm just messing with you. Go.
John Jones' last fight was 3 years ago, and it was you. Obviously, you think you won that fight. He's, moving up to heavyweight. But is that a fight you ever want to get back?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I've always wanted to fight John again. That was the whole thing, the rematch him. It just didn't happen, you know. He said, I'm too dangerous, and it costs a lot of money to fight me the second time, so he decided to give his belt. Like, that's it.
And this is the first time in your UFC career that you're fighting someone with more experience in the promotion. You have more fights than Ryan Spann. You were touted as one of the best prospects in division for so long. Do you feel like you've made that pivot from a prospect to a veteran?
Yeah, I mean, 2 title fights in a row, fighting 4 champions in a row. I would say I'm a veteran, for sure.
Last one. You obviously started your career out undefeated until that title fight. Since then, 3 losses in a row. Are you in a different headspace since, being that undefeated prospect with that bravado, you had that attitude, you came into that title fight feeling on top of the world. Since then, do you feel like you've changed your headspace?
No. I still think I'm the best in the world. I'm still going to show up and show out. I mean, it's all about being under the bright lights, man. My whole thing is under those lights with the crowd. There's nothing better in the world. Once that cage door locks, I'm like, now you can't leave, It's me and you, and I'm walking away. Same exact mentality.
Thanks, Tom.
guys.
Matt's on deck. Finish up with him. Yep.
You're good? So Matt, obviously a big card for you here, and you made a very unique fight announcement for when this came together. Just tell us what was the inspiration to kind of take that to Twitter and social media?
Yeah, the credit belongs to my twin brother, the cheese roller back there. He's been helping me a lot behind the scenes, and he's been pushing me to get on Twitter and really like connect with MMA Twitter. So we had to do a pretty cool fight announcement.
Yeah, do you feel like, have you noticed the benefits of that? Like, do you feel like there's a greater interest from fans in this fight because of that?
Yeah, definitely. Before I got on Twitter, I didn't even realize like how many people actually cared about watching me fight. These guys on Twitter, they're all funny. They're all, we have fun. We make jokes, and it's a good time.
Do you have any opinions on what was in Ottman's bag over on Fight Island?
I mean, what did he say? He said potatoes. He said potatoes, but probably not USADA approved potatoes. Hence why he probably got cut, or why he got cut at the time. So, who knows? I'm over the potatoes. I'm over the bag. I'm ready for him to show up, on weight, make weight, and I'm ready to fight him.
Seems like there is a lot of potential concerns though, talking about with the weight, the other stuff. Do you just take kind of a blank mentality in there, like no matter what happens, you're getting in there and fighting this guy?
Yeah, I can only focus on what I can control, and I'm ready. I'm on weight, and I'm gonna be ready to fight. And I saw him the other day. I shook his hand. I told him have a good weight cut, and I hope he does, because he better show up ready, because I'm ready.
What do you think kind of the keys to victory are for you here in this fight?
I think mixing it up. I'm a well-rounded mixed martial artist. With the wrestling, with the jiu-jitsu, with the striking, and going in there into the cage and using, every aspect of martial arts is what I love the most and what really comes the most natural to me. So I think going in there and using, everything that I can do.
And beating a guy like him, what do you think that does for your career? I know you'd call out Patty and some other bigger names in the division. Do you feel like it gets you one of those fights?
Yeah, every next fight is the biggest fight. So, this is another undefeated guy. The last guy I just fought was undefeated. Gave him his first loss. And, this guy's undefeated. And I'm going to give him his first loss. And, this guy needs to be humbled. And who better to humble him than me?
Going back to your straight in front of you, right here. Going back to that video, I noticed in one of the elbows you landed, it seemed like you kind of jacked up your, you kind of gashed open your arm a bit.
Yeah.
When that happened, were you like, man, did I just I don't know, do I need stitches or whatever? Like, were you kind of a little nervous?
No, it was a little blood, a little blood never hurt, never messed anything up. But yeah, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, and part of the reason I asked that is I know you've been really, before you were booked for this fight, you were really trying to stay active and that the opportunities weren't coming. So I guess going forward, is that just one of your main goals in the next year or so, to get the reps in more than anything?
Yeah, I always, want to stay busy and want to fight as much as possible. And, this year, I had a great fight in January. I was hoping to fight this summer and it didn't work out. I was ready, but I was in the gym, I was training, I was helping my team out. We had a lot of Contender Series guys that I was sparring and helping, and I had a great summer. I didn't have a fight, but I had a great summer training and living this life.
Matt, you've been booked against him before. You were at Fight Week. You were really close to having that fight happen. 2 years later, you're booked again. I mean, how much relief is it to be here, hopefully have a fight, and then be able to move on from him to somebody else?
You know, this is the second full camp I've done for this guy. So I'm excited to go out there and do it, when the first fight got canceled, I was definitely bumming, but I was glad I at least got to fight in Abu Dhabi. But as soon as I heard that they signed him back to the UFC, I knew I wanted that fight back because I love the matchup, and I wanted this fight, and we got it. And we got it on the biggest stage in the world, Madison Square Garden.
No, he actually hasn't fought in over 2 years now. Is it hard to prepare for somebody that you haven't seen anything they've done in 2 years? Like any improvements they could have made, or?
No, I watched enough film of his. I've got my breakdown, and again, this is the second full camp I've done for him, and he's a righty boxer with heavy hands. Throws a kick here or there, wants to keep it standing. It's not rocket science. Getting ready for this kind of guy. So I'm ready.
Do you have a prediction?
I'm gonna finish him. That's it. Every time I fight, I go in there to finish, and this one, I'd like to drag him to the deep waters and finish him late.
All right. I've been asking everyone this at Media Day, unrelated to your fight, but this is going to be Frankie Edgar's last fight of his MMA career. So were you a fan of Frankie coming up? Do you have any memories, either watching him or just being around him in the UFC?
Yeah, Frankie's a legend. And I remember, when I first was coming up, my favorite fighter was actually BJ Penn. And I loved BJ Penn. And then this guy, Frankie Edgar, comes up and starts beat up BJ Penn twice. And I was like, who is this guy? And then I find out he's a Jersey guy. And I started watching all his fights. And I was like, how can you not love this guy? So, yeah, Frankie's a legend. And watching, just the way he fights, he's like a Rocky, He gets knocked down, but he gets back up and he keeps coming. You got to love him.
Do you have any thoughts on the main event between Izzy and Alex?
Yeah, I got to go with Stylebender. I think Stylebender's the man. He's the man for a reason. And I know he's lost to this guy twice, but this is a mixed martial arts fight, so it's going to be different.
Over here, Matt. What's going on? Stan the Man from Menace and the Man, one of Matt Frevola's favorite podcasts.
What up, Stan?
How are you, brother? So you got to be excited for fighting this close to home. How many people do you think you're going to have in the building on Saturday?
We'll see. MSG cranked up the prices for this one, It's crazy, but we'll have a good amount of friends, a good amount of family, and, all the Long Island, all the New York people, will be riding with me. And I appreciate that kind of support, fighting at home, having the New York, the Long Island people, out there representing and cheering for me is a dream come true.
So you train extensively with Aljamain. What's it been like for you training with Aljamain, doing the same workouts as him, and now seeing him rise to being one of the best bantamweights of all time, a champion who's defended the belts numerous times? You've been right there with him. What's it been like being on this journey, and how much is he inspiring you to see that you could do it?
It's unreal, watching Aljo train. And I remember the first time I started training with him, he's like a little, he's a 135er. I'm a 155er, and I get pretty heavy. And then he gets his hands on me, and I'm like, geez, man, I think I need to go down a weight class. He's a beast, and his work ethic is unreal. And then he's so helpful too. He coaches everyone on the team. He helps everyone, and I knew he would be a champion from day one. And watching his career, his highs, his lows, the way he came back from adversity as well, and then taking it all the way to the world championship was so motivating and inspiring. He inspires everybody around him, and I'm lucky to call him a teammate and a friend.
And then final one for me, it's a two-parter. Now that you're getting into Twitter, why don't you get on Twitter and start lobbying, making FrevFest the national holiday on Long Island? And then also, where are you partying after you get the W on Saturday?
Oh, man, yeah. Yo, Stan, you should have came to FrevFest. Let's go.
I missed them all. I know. I'm a loser.
I know. But this summer, I'll try to get a fight in, June. And then July, we have a nice Frevola beach banger at the house. you know, we have a good time on Long Island on the water. And I have my annual badminton tournament, which I'm actually not the champ right now. My brother's the champ. But you get to get a game with me in badminton if you beat my dad, because I don't think you could beat my dad, though.
No.
And after the fight, you know, we'll see. We'll see, man.
All right, I got some beers for you.
There you go. Appreciate
See you
it.
soon. Good luck on Saturday.
Thanks, bro.